Right then. Here we go. Let's do this. Yo! What's going on? Brian Rez, 16 billion years. We've got gaming going on. We're going to talk about the Homesteads very, very soon, guys. Right. Hang on. There's something very important here, though. Very important, actually. Okay. Gamers. Wait, how many of you are there here? You're a decent chunk. Alright, chat. Wake up. You can help me test something. So. This is the system. This is the system for the voting on the bans, right? Like, you can vote to ban professions. Okay? And you can... Okay, look. So, guys, do exclamation mark vote in the chat. Exclamation mark vote, and then a profession. It's not cap sensitive. And you can do 3, 1 from each weight in a single message, guys. Okay? You can do 1 from each... Yeah, so you can do, like, Ranger, Warrior... Mesmer, right? Whatever. You can do that in one go. And, yes, I am aware that you can basically vote infinitely now. That is intentional. I actually have a little toggle on it. I have a toggle on it that enables what I'm calling insanity mode, where people can just, like, spam the chat and it will let you vote infinitely. No, that is intentional. It's because otherwise it would be a bit tricky to test, wouldn't it? Yeah, you guys can actually spam, like, lunatics, and it will move the little bars. Enjoy. Yeah. There you go! What's the vote for? It's going to be to ban professions from the raid tournament. And it's... Oh, by the way, guys, it will only let you vote. You can't vote for... well, actually, yeah, you can, actually. But... You won't be able to vote for more than 1 in the same armor weight in the future, but right now you can, obviously. Well, there you go. Looks like it works. And you can see it tells you which one is winning. Ranger being the biggest over there, of course. Mesmer winning on the light side, and then Warrior on the heavy side. And yeah, if you guys make one of them win, like if Elementalist gets more vote, this will change to an Elementalist. This will change to Ellie. It's a bit weird as well. A bit weird what it's trying to do here. It tries to make the icon that has the most overall votes the biggest, but it's a bit weird because the icons are kind of different sizes, so it's not immediately obvious that that's happening, to be honest. Ban everything but DH. There you go. Ellie is now banned. Enjoy, guys. Elementalist is dead. Have fun with that. Vote Ranger? Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can vote infinitely, yeah. NGI kind of scuffed on the wiki. I found a higher resolution version of it, so I just used that one. You can vote more than once? Yes, that's intentions, because it's testing right now. I have a little toggle called Insanity Mode that is essentially allowing me to let you guys spam votes insanely hard. See, look, this guy, and yeah, look, you can see it counted every single incident of Ranger. You actually don't need to type exclamation mark vote every time. You can just do exclamation mark vote Ranger, 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 Ranger. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm subbing! I'm gonna sub! Ah! Good shit, Mustache Matt. Love to see that. But yeah, that's how it works. Pretty cool, I think. Dr. Snapshoot there with the Prime as well. Really appreciate that. Yeah, you can see, boom. Like, you got a massive, like a massive chunk of votes for Ranger right there. Love to see it. But yeah, it's obviously intentional, right? It's like very intentional. Oh? Ellie no longer banned. Yeah, Necro is now banned. Lots of votes for Mesmer coming in. What happens on a tie? On a tie right now, it, for all intents and purposes, flips a coin. On which one gets banned. For Ellie, spamming doesn't work for some reason. And it should do. I don't know why it wouldn't. Worked for me. Yeah, it looks like it is working. Look at all those votes. But yeah, there you go. It should be relatively readable on stream. Is there no way Nemezra is new teacher? Ah! Well, that's the thing. Let me go ahead and reset it, guys, and check this out. So, basically, there's a rule for the tournament that says that you can't vote the same thing out twice. So, very simple. Let's take a look at this. If I reset it, and... Oh, whoops. Oh, yeah, I pressed the wrong button. Oops. If I reset it, and now you guys can't vote for Mesmer anymore. Like, it doesn't matter what you do, it will always stay at 0. It won't eat your vote either, but, yeah. So you won't be able to vote for Mesmer. There you go. And you can only vote for other things instead. So there you go. Yeah, Mesmer will always stay at 0. It'll be Ellie or Necro getting banned. Yeah. Enjoy. There you have it. You can vote for Guardian. You can vote for Rev. Oh, there we go. A lot of votes for Guardian coming through there. Not a Guardian fan. But there you go. That's how it works. Enjoy. Have you considered this doing per elite spec? Yeah, it would work with elite specs as well. Look, so when I make stuff like this, I try to make it as generic as possible. I could actually do this. It's funny, actually. The bot didn't have a poll feature, but I just added one. Like, now it can just do polls, basically. I can do any polls I want, really. Is it somehow sub-only? It doesn't work for me. There might be something wrong with... the bot might not be recognizing you for some reason. Try and do a regular chat command, Lorcanoe. Took Hellsith advice. Taking Hellsith advice would be actually making it on stream. I didn't make it on stream, but it kind of. Testing stuff on stream is a good idea. There've been... Look, let me put it like this, guys. For basically every tournament I've ever done, I've been compiling code during the stream starting soon screen, which really wasn't good. That was not the play. Not doing that again. There you go. Pretty nifty, right, guys? I mean, it just works. I mean, I'm not surprised it works. I wrote even little tests for it, right? Like, I can make it go crazy. Look. But, I mean, yeah, it works. Yeah, that's how it's going to work, as you can see. It's pretty basic. Nothing too crazy, and these are going to be the bans. Going back and forth to the two classes in the same weight the entire event? Yeah, well... no. But this is kind of an experimental event. Anyway, really, DCB. So, if that happens, then we'll probably adjust the rules, right? But, yeah. Like, theoretically, Mesmer could be banned every other round, right? Or Herald could be banned every other round. Like, that could absolutely happen. You know, for whatever reason. Like, you know, like, Ranger could get banned every other round. But, again, it's experimental, right? So, it's, you know... We'll see how it goes. Yeah, it doesn't see you for some reason, Lorcanoe. I don't know why, actually. Do it like a different... yeah, Extra YouTube works for you. That's really interesting. I don't know if... I'm not running it in the debugger right now, so... I can't really see why it doesn't see you. But I can just actually pretend to be you, I think. Off stream, and I'll figure out why it's not working. Why wouldn't it work for exactly you? That's really interesting. It's working for everyone else. Must be something about your Twitch account. Like, how the bot is remembering it. It's very interesting. The thing is that, it doesn't care about your Twitch account, really. Especially not now, actually. It really doesn't. Because it's not even... It's basically skipping the check to see if someone's entered twice. Why would that not work? The thing is, it's not... All it is like a list of all the votes, right? And it matches users with what you voted for. That's actually very interesting. I have no idea why it wouldn't... It's interesting as other commands worked for you. Right? Like, other commands worked for you, I think. Wait. Yeah, look, it did work for you. That's really interesting. So the bot can see you, but it just doesn't let you vote for some reason. Typo? Boom, there we go. Try it again now. Do something. Vote. Well, no, Lorcanu vote. Nobody else. That is really interesting. I need to figure out why it's doing that. There are other people to who this happens? I don't think so. I think it worked for everyone else except Lorcanu. It's very unusual. What a strange scenario. But there might be some other users it doesn't work for some reason. It's just very weird though, because I actually have no idea why that would be. It's not even really it's not checking. It's not checking against your account name or anything. It just it looks up and see if anyone with the same name as you has voted, but it shouldn't even care about that. Does it count short forms of like Ellie and Necro? It doesn't. I could do that, but I'm not sure if I can be bothered. Any non-subs to try? I'm pretty sure like loads of non-subs. It doesn't check subscription. It definitely doesn't check that. Special characters. And Lorcanu doesn't have special characters though. I don't think so anyway. I mean, it's not smart at all right now. Like, you have to type exactly warrior. Well, it can be, it's not cap sensitive, obviously. There you go, it worked for warrior. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Try now, Lorcanu. It's because you were voting for Mesmer. Nobody can vote for Mesmer right now, but you can now though. Oh yeah, there you go. No, it's because you were voting for Mesmer. It's because I disabled votes for Mesmer. That's why. It is working. I was like, well, that's why I wasn't working then. What were we voting for? And then in the tournament trig, like you can ban professions, right? You can ban professions. Yeah. So you could ban necromancer, you can ban engineer. And it's one from each armor weight, right? And that's how the tournament works. And I've animated it with these little bars. You can tell I'm a developer, guys. I'm not much of a front end dev, yeah. I just write the code. I don't make it look pretty, okay? I just make it work. Like that's someone else's job, you know. Dude, Nudge Meme is back with daily 20 gifted subs. I like where we're going with this, actually. Can we keep doing this? Can we keep doing 20 daily gifted subs? 600 subs a month? I'm kind of a fan of that. Ban whole professions and not specs. Yes, whole professions locked out. Fully banned. Fully cleansed. Yeah. Hell yeah. See, yeah, Nudge Meme knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, this is what it does. Only core classes. Well, it's not only core classes. But yeah, that's what it says in the rules. The rules page. Will ban professions. I like how it looks. Yeah, it looks alright. It looks okay. I'm not sure about I think the profession icons look a little bit scuffed, but it is what it is. What do you code it in? So basically it's just JavaScript. A little bit of JavaScript. is what this is. So basically, the technology that I really like to use for all my overlays, and I want to do this actually for when I remake my bot at some point, is that basically the bot the bot runs like a WebSocket server, basically, and it communicates with all of my overlays, right? So basically, the bot is just a WinForm. It's a C# WinForm, nothing crazy. And that does a bunch of stuff, and then all these overlays that I have, and this goes for all the tournament overlays, like Motor and stuff like that, Master of the Arena, ERP, all of that stuff. All of that is just connecting to the socket. Funnily enough, actually, do you know a really funny thing, guys? Like, back in the day, in the very early days of raid tournaments, that kind of stuff wasn't really a thing in the same way. So, do you know how all that stuff worked, guys? Hell yeah. It actually was, the bot would write to a text file, and then the JavaScript, well, the HTML page, like, would have JavaScript that would read that text file, basically, with the fucking file protocol, and that's how that would work. A little bit scuffed. What language you like to code in? I like C# a lot. If I had to pick, C# is always my preference, yeah. I actually do, I've actually come to like Python quite a lot as well, actually. I didn't used to like it, but I wanted to do some stuff with OBS. I was basically writing scripts for OBS, and I was finding Lua to be extremely cumbersome, actually. Just very annoying to work with, because it just... It was just fucking cancer, right? I don't have to get into it. It was just really annoying to work with Lua for with OBS, and so I switched to Python instead, and it was really fucking nice. It was way better, and I ended up basically writing a lot of the OBS scripts that I use for Master of the Arena in particular. Like all of that was done in Python. I mean, I do like Lua. I have definitely a soft spot for it. But yeah, it's much more cumbersome to use, in my opinion, actually, than Python, or at least for this particular use case. Like, I think Lua is definitely good as like a scripting language, but for this is a bit of a pain, realistically. But yeah. But yeah, no, like C# is really, really nice language to use, in my opinion. Big fan. And JavaScript as well. I think people like hate on JavaScript a little bit, but it's because they love it, really. I think JavaScript is actually a really, really good language. It's extremely powerful. Like you can basically do everything with JavaScript these days. But yeah. And I do basically all of it in vanilla JS as well. That's the thing. I don't really mess around with frameworks. Like, they definitely have their use cases. I've obviously worked with them before, like React and so on. But when I'm writing my own projects, like for the stream, it's just vanilla. It's like all of the tournament overlays, it's all in vanilla JS. And yeah, the bot is C#. Yeah. My favorite IT vulnerability? Well, yeah, I mean, well, you know, all of this runs locally, so I'm safe. Yeah. Oh man, I actually really like how Tournament Controller works. Actually, Tournament Controller, what it actually does is, so the thing that I use to run Motor, it actually runs its own web server, and that means that I can just load the page in OBS on any computer that's on the same local network. It's actually really, really useful. Like, oh man, you know, there's definitely a part of me that, wants to actually make something like that so that other people can use it, because I actually think that the tools that are available to run events are very not good, to be honest. Like, the reason why I've made so much stuff for myself is because there's nothing out there that exists that's actually good, to be honest. But yeah. Alert XED tree. Yeah, you won't be able to inject anything into it. Well, for a start, like, you're trying to inject into C#, but all of it is escaped, okay? This is not my first rodeo, Lorcanu. Well, it doesn't even need to be escaped, actually, because it's not going to run anything. It's not going to JavaScript anyway. It's not going to anything that's going to be run like that. But, well, I mean, funnily enough, it is escaped, right? Because it's turning, well, whatever. No, I wasn't really worried about security vulnerabilities, so. The tools can use for events and stuff? Yeah, like, I should make them at some point. Why isn't there a VOD from yesterday? There isn't a VOD from me. I'll be honest, because yesterday I was talking a lot, yesterday I was talking a lot about some of the things that kind of frustrate me and some of the problems that I have with the game. And I've just come to the conclusion that actually talking about that kind of thing on stream is just not even worth it. Actually, I want to rephrase, because people are going to misinterpret what I actually said. When I say problems with the game, I don't mean, like, the game sucks. I was specifically talking yesterday about some of the difficulties I was having with the game in the sense of, like, getting what I want out of the game. Not that, oh yeah, the game is shit, or I don't think the game is fun. It was very much like the meta element. I was talking about, like, man, it's really difficult to get people together for teams. Like, it's really difficult to drive the scene and kind of have to be the organizer all the time. Like, that's what I was talking about a lot of the time. That's what I was talking about. And to be honest, I don't really want to talk about it on stream. I just want to actually fix it at this point. Because talking about it on stream, it's very negative, and I don't really like the negativity. But also, it's just... I really hate being misconstrued and misrepresented, and I think because I'm so open about what I think and how I go about things, I think people really misconstrue that as being incredibly negative and cultivating a negative community, and it leads to people essentially I mean, making stuff up about me online, and I really hate that, to be honest. I really dislike it. So I'm just not going to talk about it. I think it's a good idea. You know, for what it's worth, I actually really hate that it has to be this way. If I'm being honest, I really dislike it. I think that being open and transparent about this kind of stuff, I think is actually optimal, but it's just non-viable, right? Like, it's just so, it results in so much toxicity and so much misinformation about me. I'm just not interested. I'm not interested at all, to be honest. Like, and as much as I would like to discuss these things, I think it's just not, it's not a good idea. It's not good. To be honest, I can definitely talk about, like, how I'm going to fix it and what I'm going to do, but I'm not really interested in actually discussing, like, difficulties that I'm having, because, again, people are just going to misconstrue it and just spread misinformation, so I'm not interested. Yeah. The people who are misinforming are very few. Yeah, but regrettably, the people who are misinforming are the people who talk, right? And, like... You know, I don't really have the time to go into every single thread and say, well, hang on a minute. Like, do you have any evidence for this claim? Like, can you give me a single clip of like, me or my community dooming about Guild Wars 2? Right, can you give me a single clip or a single quote? I don't really have the time to go and challenge every single person who says this. And neither do you guys, right? So it's just not... It's not worth engaging in it, is it, right? We do about NA, that's accurate. But, I mean, it's obviously a joke, right? Yeah. Aaron is an okay guy. Thanks for the prime. Oh, he's definitely an okay guy. Sneb is those toxic content creator. Yeah, I think that's why Sneb is engaging less as well. And I get it. Like, Sneb honestly gets it worse than me, if I'm being honest there. Like... The amount of people who spread, like, blatant misinformation about Sneb and, like, Sneb's views on the game, it's honestly disgusting, right? And it's just, it's so unbelievably toxic, it really is. You just hate to see it. Jesus Christ. Like... What the fuck? Wait, is this recent, Zlin? Bro, what is going on? Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. I have a set of light, medium, and heavy ascended Zerker armor. What would you recommend for a 4th set? I think maybe go for like a heal build, right? Go for like a heal build, or go for a condition build, right? Mix it up a little bit. I do find it quite hurtful, and I think it's extremely hurtful, Sneb. I think that people spreading misinformation about you is it's one of the worst things that you can do, right? Like, you know, in terms of like communication, and like it's absolutely disgusting. It's a despicable thing to do. It really is. Yeah, it's horrible. Like, misrepresenting someone is a horrible thing to do. Yeah. Plenix back to Sarus CM. Ah, very nice. But yeah, I just don't really want to engage. You know, I think it's not worth talking about. Maybe I'll talk about it on Discord. Maybe I'll talk about it on Discord a little bit, but probably not like publicly, right? Because the mods, but I feel much better posting anyway on the forums over the Reddit right now. Yeah, the Reddit is just it's not great right now. It's not where any of us really wanted to be, I think. Unfortunately. Anka the Breaker. Maybe Delta will mod the subreddit. It's time. The thing is, they won't mod him because I think he got fucking banned, or at least like he got actioned, so they won't even consider him for mod. Which I actually think is a very unreasonable standard. Should I force a Rogue to stream the tournaments you can? Of course not. No, your stream's fine, bro. I'm just fucking with you, right? I'm messing with you, bro. I think if we stop having discourse, literally nothing will change. Well, I mean, we can have. I don't know. I just want to actually just go and I just want to go and actually fix it, though, Sneb. To be honest, like I think we should just be more action oriented instead. Which kind of sucks because it's very difficult to kind of motivate people to do things, but it is what it is. Every single new player post is downvoted into oblivion. Well, to be fair, those are not the most exciting posts in the universe. I can, I guess, understand by people being a little bit annoyed by the spam of those posts. But, you know, I think that people are kind of, I think that people are more upset about the... I think it's one of those things where people are blaming the wrong thing. I think new player posts are not the issue. I think the fact that there really isn't much interesting content on the subreddit, like, at all, is the issue. So, like, stuff like new player posts, I feel like they stand out a lot more because there just isn't anything interesting on the subreddit, really. Like, there's just not, like, good conversations, like, good discussions, really, about the game. So, like, the fact that, you know, most of the posts are incredibly low effort, and, you know, that, you know, kind of like stands out because of that. Yes. Sorry, I've left them 3 posts a day. Exactly, yeah. There just wouldn't really be any posts, right? Like, if that's the case. But, you know, the thing is, I do think that it is... I don't know how you actually fix the Guild Wars 2 subreddit. I think it is a bit of a... It's a very toxic culture. The Guild Wars 2 subreddit is incredibly toxic. It's very hard. I can't put my finger on it, right? But it's very difficult to have actual good conversations on the subreddit, you know? You know what I mean? I feel like the environment is a bit hostile. It feels very hostile, you know what I mean? It's very aggressive. Like, quite a lot of anger, I think, is on the subreddit. Most other games subreddits seem the same to me. I really like the StarCraft Reddit and the old school RuneScape subreddit. Like, those are the ones that I like a lot. I'm not actually that familiar with the WoW subreddit that much, but I think it's pretty okay. The classic WoW subreddit was kind of fun. I did go on that one quite a lot. That one's pretty fun. But I'm not sure about the retail WoW one. . 'Cause, 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 ' Destiny sub is pretty good. Yeah, Awesomeness probably mods that. He's into that stuff. SE2 versus LOL era was such a cesspool. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you're in a dying genre, though. You're never going to feel happy about that. That's going to have a lot of negativity there, unfortunately. The Final Fantasy subreddit is, hey guys, it's my turn to post my opinion on the story for the past month. Based. I like that. That's cool. The world's first race was actually very nice, actually, in Final Fantasy. It did really well, too. That was actually really cool to see. I hope Echo go, like, all out and do some really cool production, actually, for the, like, Ultimate when that releases. There's nothing content, really. Yeah, that's what I got from, like, browsing it a little bit. There's, like, not a lot really going on there. It's just, like, people talking about, like, the WoW head posts. I almost feel like WoW is actually quite difficult to have a subreddit about because the game moves pretty quickly. Like, there are days where you get, like, an insane amount of news. It's, like, very difficult to almost, like, keep up with it because the game moves pretty fast. Most of the Echo players actually really didn't like the fights. That's interesting, actually. Why didn't they like them? Peak Reddit post. Changed my mind. Dude, I mean, honestly, that is actually kind of a good Reddit post. Look at that. Picky little bunny. Love to see it. They said it was too easy. Interesting. Very interesting. If you get downvoted, people won't read your message and just continue to downvote. There won't be discussion. Or people intentionally storm and misconstrue it, saying it's not even worth responding. Do you think a legit party find on a high difficulty version of a big map with increased rewards would help Guild Wars 2? I probably wouldn't go in that direction, no. I think I'd do what they're doing with convergences, Zelix Arcana, rather. I think that they've got a good idea with that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it probably would be a good idea to fix the... Can't cheat, they're in a portal or blah. But no, I think that's fine, actually. But I think what's maybe an issue is, like, all the exploits, right? There's, like, a bunch of little exploits you can do to, like, cheat into keeps right now that they should probably fix. The tier was piss. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really sure how long it was supposed to last. I mean, people obviously cleared it, I think, right, like 8 to 10 hours or something like that. But I don't know how long it's supposed to last. So yeah, I guess that's one of the easier raids, I guess. I do think that I think for a proper world's first race, it does have to be more than 1 day. I'd say like minimum 3 days, really, to be a proper world's first race. Because the issue, and I imagine this is a big problem in, well, rather, this would be exacerbated in Final Fantasy because of the way the encounters work. Because they're so puzzle-oriented, if the world's first race is shorter, that means that it's not, to be clear, it's not luck, right? If you win, obviously, it's all skill. But it's kind of like, if you stumble upon the right strategy first, you're going to win, right? There's like that... It makes it very, very volatile, right? Like, you could have, like, a certain level of variance on how it's gonna go. Basically, I would say. Yeah. What is this? Heal a lack. You want to heal on Warrior. I'd rather you didn't if so. I mean, to be fair, look, if it's Icebrood Saga 5, I mean, I don't know. Like... I don't think who gives a fuck, okay? You know, it is what it is. I played Heal Lack Blades before, it's really good. Okay, that's too bad. See you. Dude, this guy is fucking cutthroat, okay? The com doesn't give a fuck. I'm not having it. No. Oh, man, that's funny. Yeah, Jabba's the dog. How you doing? I'm doing good. How do you go about finding a try-hard raid guild for the war within as a relative new player? Guys are trying applying to us for years' experience and multiple cutting edge with logs. You definitely have to kind of work your way up for sure, like, unfortunately, because, like, you're basically competing with a lot of players. You're competing with a lot of players. You have to basically climb the hierarchy. You're going to have to kind of get in there at the, you know, early days, basically trying to get into a cutting edge guild and then, like, climb your way up the ladder pretty much. I actually think another really big thing is grinding M+. Get a high Mythic Plus score. If you have like good logs on Heroic, you know, you've done a little bit of Mythic, and you've got a high M+ score, then you're going to get in.
Never capitulate.
Yeah. But yeah, it's all about the social climbing with these things. It's definitely like the hardest part is always going to be getting your foot in the door. I do it for the money. Correct. I finally watched your New World review. It was very good, and the devs didn't watch it. Funny enough, actually, the devs did watch it, which is kind of cool. It was at a time where they were very receptive to feedback. I actually tweeted it at them, and they specifically responded saying they'd shared it with the dev team. So I guess, you know, whether the devs, like, you know, like fully watched or whatever, I guess that's another thing entirely. But, you know, it did like, at least get shared with them. Yeah. Do we have Fungus among us? Can I put this here? Miragon has successfully done Fungus among us. Let's take a look. Let's see what the time's going to be. So here we go. We're climbing. We're going to go for yep, here comes the run. Lands it. Very nice. Cap hop now. Here's the cap hop. Boom, gets it. How clean is the transition here? Oh, very nice, actually. That's perfect.
Okay, quite clean.
Yep. We're going into this. Now into the cap hop. Here we go. That's pretty smooth. We're going through onto the adrenal mushroom. Oh, a bit of a bonk there, but it's fine. Now we're on the adrenal mushroom. We land it. No falling damage. Very nice, actually. That's very nice. Ooh, yeah, that's good, too. This is going to be a good time. Yeah, this is definitely a 58, I feel like. Unless we fumble the ending, then it should be a 58. Well, a bit slow there, but it's still fine. Ooh! Yeah, I think that wasn't ideal. Slight bonk. But we're still in business. Bit slow up the top here. Here it comes. 4! Yes. Not bad. Not bad, actually.
Okay. I might be free now. Maybe. I'm not sure if I need stuff on 59 or if this is enough. I hope it's enough.
Oh, man, that's funny. I was cutting edge frag, the 99% of most bosses on Mythic, so the best way to get cutting edge frag is to join a guild at your level. Oh, for sure, yeah. Absolutely. Then guild to a guild that's a higher level. Yeah, of course. That's always the way. Like, well, it depends, like, what your goals are, right? Like, I definitely prefer to, like, stay with a team and build the team. But, yeah, if you're looking just to raw climb as quickly as possible, then absolutely, yeah, you just guild hop after every tier. And just, like, get better and better logs, like, perform better and better. All that kind of stuff. That's how it is. Almost got caught slacking at work. Uh-oh. Zlint is in trouble. He's in big trouble. Augmentation Evoker is too difficult. Gw2 combat is way harder. I think Gw2 combat is way harder to learn. I've really started to realize that this is what people mean when they say the game is hard, right? Like, Gw2 definitely has a much worse learning curve than WoW. Like, that's 100% true. 100%. Guild Wars 2 builds. The thing about Guild Wars 2 builds is that they have a memorization requirement where that's not really a thing nearly as much in WoW. You don't have to, like, memorize a rotation WoW. You need to understand how your build works and play reactively. Like, obviously, you need to understand, like, priorities. You need to understand, like, a basic idea of the rotation and how it's going to be operating, all that kind of stuff, and, like, lining up all your abilities. But the game is, like... The way that Guild Wars 2 works is that you have this like big barrier to entry, is that you just have to memorize it, right? Like you have to memorize the buttons, and that makes it very unfriendly for new players, like much harder. But there you go. I can't do more than 12k DPS as power chrono. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that just means you set up the golem wrong. There's no way. And also, look, I'm gonna kind of call bullshit on this. Like, if you're doing 12k DPS on power chrono in Guild Wars 2, your DPS is trash in WoW. Like, there's just no other way of putting it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the amount of people who are good at World of Warcraft but do 12k DPS in Guild Wars 2, there's no overlap there. That's not a Venn diagram, that's two separate circles. That's not a thing. Abilities literally light up when you're supposed to press them. They light up when they have a proc, not necessarily when you're supposed to press them. But I actually do agree, that's a nice feature. Guild Wars 2, I think Guild Wars 2 could benefit from that as well. Like, definitely the way Guild Wars 2 communicates information to you is not as good as WoW, for sure. I'm not set my arc DPS incorrectly. It's very likely. Like, yeah. The sky scale dash, that's about it. Yeah, there's some big improvements that could be there for sure. Yeah. You love to see it. Dagger auto attack and Chronos 14k DPS. You're doing something incredibly wrong. Yeah, something is good. I mean, it's probably a boon situation, guys. I'd say, bit of a boon. You gotta bear in mind, like just auto attacking and nothing else is like 15 to 20k DPS on most builds. So there's something that's I think it's not quite right. Meant raids. Well, I mean, I think the thing about like WoW raids is kind of interesting, right? Like the difficulty of WoW raids is entirely contingent on the difficulty on WoW raids is entirely contingent on how early you clear them. Like, if you clear Cutting Edge at the end of a tier, it's infinitely easier than clearing it at the start of a tier. Like, if I'm being real, do I feel challenged by... Did I feel particularly challenged by Mythic Frac? Honestly, not really. But one, it's because tanking is easy. Two, it's because I played a shit ton of M+, so, like, living in raid is essentially trivial. Compared to living in Mythic Plus. And realistically, the keys that I do with my Mythic Plus team are much harder than Mythic Farak. Or rather, at the time we were doing it. But the thing is, here's the reality. There is a huge difference between Farak, the version of Farak we killed, and even the version of Farak that the Finns did. We're friends with a bunch of Finnish gamers, and they killed significantly earlier than us in the 6th week of the raid. We killed in the 19th week of the raid, and they fought a much harder version of the boss with worse gear. So, like, it kind of depends what we mean when we're saying, like, it has no challenging content. Ever tried it out the same without looking for another way? Well, to be fair, the strats are come up with by literal professional gamers. Like, Echo and Liquid are by far the best guilds in the game. Like, if they come up with a strat, it's going to be pretty fucking good. But yeah, like, yeah, when people say, like, WoW Mythic is easy, it's like... I can understand why people say that, but I'd be really curious, like, when people cleared it. Like, for example, anyone who says that, like, 3-second seeds on Tindral isn't challenging, they didn't do 3-second seeds. Like, in reality, guys, the number of guilds who would ever clear 3-second seed Tindral, it's really not that many. Like, it would unironically take us, like, it would have taken my guild I'm not sure if we ever clear 3-second seeds. Like, it might be essentially an indefinite time period to clear that. Like, it would be... It would take years in order to actually clear that, because it's so difficult. Like, you know, it took us a lot of time with 5-second seeds and with only 12 of them. Like, Echo and Liquid killed it with 20 seeds with 3 seconds. Yeah. Gw2 feels like there's a lot more output potential where you just trade offensive and defensive CDs for 5 minutes until 1 minute dies. I mean, I really like Gw2 PvP. I can't really speak to WoW PvP at all. But, like, at the end of the day, I think the way you've got to look at this is... The way you've got to look at it is how much does skill matter? And realistically, in both games, it matters a whole lot. I don't really like flexing on like, oh yeah, bro, my video game's so much harder than your video game, bro. Oh, it's so much more there's so much more outplay potential, bro. Like, in my opinion, these conversations just mush. Like, what does that even mean, right? Like, the only thing that matters is how much is skill rewarded in the game. It doesn't even really matter, like, how it is. Like, in reality, if you took, like, let's say 3,000... I don't know what the rating numbers look like in World of Warcraft, but let's be honest here. If you took, like, a 3,000 rating player in WoW versus a 1,000 rating player, the 3,000 rating player is gonna, like, literally 1v3, right? Like, at that point. That's just the way it's gonna be, right? It will be the exact same thing in Guild Wars 2 as well. Yeah. What cards do you get in main? I'm a disgusting Fotham reroller. Looks like it might actually end up being Moonbear in keys, and I'll be playing Blood Death Knight in raids by the looks of things. Could be Blood DK. Blood DK's damage is kind of wild in M+. It could end up being Blood DK in keys as well. But, funnily enough, actually, because Paladin is so good, it might actually end up being a Moonbear situation for Mark of the Wild. Because Holy Paladin is extremely good. It looks like H-Pal might be the healer for keys. And that means you kind of want to package in the Druid if you can. The tank is a good way to do that, because Bear is good currently. Really hard to do. Maker's player bases has gotten better. I'm not sure, really. It's probably because there's just more abilities. Like, in general, if you have shorter cooldowns and more abilities, it becomes harder to outplay. It's actually a problem in Guild Wars 2, actually. You might be interested to hear that, by the way, actually, Dichromatic. It's actually very similar. Because they've added so many new skills and cooldowns are so short, it's actually a lot harder to outplay in Guild Wars 2 than it used to be, I think. To, like, do, like, really big outplays. And I think that definitely happened with... I think that really happened with Dragonflight, actually, in particular. That's what I've heard, anyway. It looks like Dragonflight added a lot of abilities, lots of defensives, like lots of more cooldowns and shorter cooldowns and stuff. And that makes it harder to outplay. And that's... Yeah, I think that's a very common thing that happens to games when they kind of add more stuff. Like, they add more things, you know? WoWers bring the class, not the player, though. That is... That is very untrue, to be honest. No, that is, like, mega untrue. No. There are players who are... In fact, I would actually say it's way more bring the player, not the class, in WoW than it is in Guild Wars 2. No, it absolutely is, by the way. No. There are hard mains who only main one thing, right? And they just play, like, their favorite spec, basically. That's all they do. And they perform extremely well on it. You're talking about the 1%? Okay. So you're... What's your point? Right? What's your point here? So what's your argument then? So I'm saying, actually, no, you can dominate on a class if you main it. And actually, There was a fantastic post, actually. Okay. Oh, man, I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it because I'm going to show you that you're actually really wrong. Let me see if I can find it. Where was it? Maybe Angels has it, actually. Make it as a prop bar on the wall within, even though it looks underpowered? Absolutely, yes. There was this really good post. Guess what, guys? There are people who have got the title every single time, so top 0.1% in Mythic Plus, every single time since its inception, and guess what? Ah, yes, here it is. This post is great. Okay, this is a really interesting one. So, look at this, guys. Wait, what? Wait, what? A Death Knight got the title every single time, even though it's actually had, like, massive problems in M+? Like, outside of being really busted in, like, a Shadowlands season, I think? No shot. No way. Okay, we ignore the fucking mage players, okay? They're always busted. Fuck them, right? But wait, what? Wait, what? Laren got the title every single time on Resto Shaman? Say it ain't so. Wait, yeah, Megaset got it every single time on Mistweaver? Nax plays Holy Priest, by the way. Which is absolutely not the meta pick, in Keys. Plays with TJ, actually, I believe. And wait, Warrior? What are all these warriors? Yeah. If you're a guild and a dedicated group, that's fun, but pugs, just forget this. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm showing you that you can do this if you put effort in. And look, I want to be really clear. You're basically saying, if you put effort in and make friends, then it doesn't count. No. That's not how it works. This is social MMO, social game. Other people are there. Making friends, joining guilds and joining groups is part of that. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it doesn't matter that all of these shamans got the title every single time, because they made friends and put in effort. Like, what about this one fucking warlock, Based, who just did it? I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Would you say the average WoW player performs better than the average Guild Wars 2 player? I'm honestly not sure if I would, to be honest, Tommy Bull. It's just that the game does a much better job of kind of matching skill levels together and expectations. Yeah. And also, okay, look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. If you pug, like, weekly keys, I honestly don't think people even give a fuck that much. Like, you're definitely gonna get added faster if you're playing a meta spec, but I don't know. Like, people pug weekly keys with some wacky-ass shit, dude. And you know what? I actually think it will be a lot better in the War Within, actually, because they're basically removing all of the affixes that certain classes can't interact with, and I think that will actually really help. Like, I think that Dragonflight definitely had this issue that some classes couldn't interact with Afflicted, for example, couldn't interact with Incorporeal very well, and I think that actually was a bit of a problem. I'm not a big fan of that, actually. And I think removing affixes like that is actually really going to help with pug diversity, I think. But yeah, that's like 100% the case. Best press one button AFK class. Well, I want to leech content. Dude, it's like Beast Mastery Hunter, dude. You gotta get that. Yeah, we are gonna be doing the news, guys. I just got a little bit derailed here with this. I have to use your own key. I mean, yeah, using your own key is definitely the way to go in these situations. I just prefer to do it anyway, honestly. Unless I have like a rat dungeon that I really don't want to do for whatever reason. But yeah. Yeah, and look, like, in my experience in pugs, and certainly the way I interact with the guys, I'm gonna choose IO over class every single time, by the way. Like, if I've got a choice between someone who's 3k IO on an off-meta spec versus 2k IO on a meta spec, I'm gonna pick the 3k every single time, like, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, if you want to get into groups, 100% work on your IO score, improve it, and you will get added. That's just, I don't know, like, that's just the way the game works. Like, for sure. Is that how most people operate? Is it mostly you? I'm pretty sure it's how most people operate. I actually cannot say that for sure, though. I don't think I've played the game enough to verify that. And also, I haven't played off-meta specs. I do plan on playing some off-meta stuff sometimes to see what that's like, for sure. I know that Jester definitely has a harder time getting into keys than me, but he also doesn't really actively improve his IO in the same way that I would, right? If that makes any sense. In terms of M+, what would you say Guild Wars 2 content caps out at? Like COCM equals M++ plus 4. I'll compare it like for like with Fractals, I would say, actually, because I think comparing it to a raid is kind of tricky. I think comparing it to Fractals makes more sense. I would say that Fractal CMs are... It's kind of weird. Like, Fractal CMs often have, like, more mechanics than M+, but they're kind of undertuned, if that makes any sense, right? Like, they do less damage, and they have they die very quickly. So I would probably say that Fractal CMs are probably a little bit easier than weekly keys in WoW. I think, or around the same level of difficulty, I think. So, like, let's say you're... I would say that, like, Fractal CMs, they're probably pretty comparable to, you know, +8 to +10. Like, I would say the easier Fractal CMs are probably more like a +6 or a 7, right? And then I would say the harder ones are definitely getting up towards kind of like, you know, your, you know, like 8, 9. I actually don't know. I'd have to really think about that. I'm not sure if I agree with my own answer. I'd have to really think about it, I think. Is it realistic accurate comparing encounter difficulties between two games? It's very difficult. I think it's always hard to do that because the games are pretty different. Like, they're pretty similar in some ways, but they're pretty different in others. What about the higher keys then? I don't think there's anything really. Look, let me put it like this, guys. I actually think that Ruby Life Pools 19 was the hardest thing I've ever done in gaming. In fact, no, it absolutely is. Like, that was fucked up. Okay, that was a fucked up situation. I don't think I've ever done anything that required me to play as well as that, right? In terms of like mistakes, right? Like mistakes made. Or like, you know, how accurately and how well we need to play as a team. Like, it's probably the hardest thing we've tried to do. Legendary Sarus is probably a +2. You know, I think, look, I'm actually not going to disrespect, I'm not going to disrespect Sarus. Sarus is pretty hard. Like, I'm not even fucking flaming here, guys, okay? I'm not even, like, roasting, Guild Wars 2 or WoW or anything, but, like, unit strat made Sarus kind of easy, actually, right? It's it's pretty easy, I think. Yeah. Yes. The pain of SOI plus F4. Yeah, it's so difficult to do that. But like original Sarus is pretty challenging, actually, I think. Compress these and delete packs. I'm not gonna lie. If you just do like a basic rotation in Guild Wars 2 on a lot of Fractal CMs, the boss just dies instantly, right? It's definitely a different type of difficulty, though. Like, the Fractal CMs... Like, Tier 4 Fractals are very easy. Like, Tier 4 Fractals are much easier than, like, weekly keys in World of Warcraft. Like, the boss Fractals are difficult. Difficult to compare, I think. Because they're very... Like, CMs are very different to, like, that kind of stuff. A lot of poorly telegraphed attacks that just shit on you, but I don't know enough yet. That's kind of interesting. I felt I can't think of anything that's like super badly telegraphed actually. In like, I mean, dungeons have some pretty questionable telegraphs. I think fractals are generally pretty okay actually. Yeah. More about the game verb availability with a single class, and not the class is good and the stuff is already good. Like a mage, can a mage kite or tank indefinitely with the correct build or not? It's just damage and control. Do you have the skill required to count as mechanics, or wait for someone to do it for you? I mean, you're pretty independent, honestly. Which cape is it? It's the extra life cape. Open world? Yeah, open world boss telegraphs can be a little bit questionable sometimes. That is true. That I will definitely admit that. You're not wrong. It can be a little sus. And in terms of Sarus, I mean, Sarus is definitely pretty difficult. Like, the thing is though, is that, like, it's very different because, like, Farak took us, like, what was it? Like, 500 tries. And we knew, like, the perfect strat. And we had really good gear. So it's kind of like, man, yeah, that was pretty difficult. It was pretty pain. It was very punishing. Like, quite difficult to do. For sure. Visual clutter? Yeah, like, gw2 is definitely pretty explosive, for sure. Yeah. Yes. Being drowned definitely didn't help, yeah. The drowning didn't help. Yeah. And yeah, you definitely have to do the mechanics on Epoch now. 10 weeks with Stern's Art. Yeah, of course, yeah, that's what I mean. But yeah, no, tanky and raid is fucking piss, dude. Like, you actually do nothing. I'd actually be well, they probably won't do this because I think not many people want to tank, but I'd definitely be in favor of making tanking harder. I think it is kind of good that I am in the tank role, though, because I'm very willing to reroll. I think if you play tank, you have to be willing to reroll. I think that's not everyone is kind of in that position. How so, though? You just don't do as much on tank, to be honest. Like, a lot of what you're doing on... a lot of what you're doing as the tank in WoW raids, you're just kind of slamming, right? You just do your rotation. There's, like, stuff going on, and if you... It's, like, very bad if you die. Like, the raid is going to wipe if you die, pretty much. So you have to not do that, and it is pretty easy to die. You definitely have to use your abilities correctly. But, it's... I don't know. You just kind of... Just chill out, you know? You just kind of game. Yeah. You're just chilling. 2 of those weeks leveling up, playing Legion, and getting transmogs. And I would say that's... kind of similar to tier 4 fractals though, right? Like, I don't really think you could, like, get in there and just kind of slam, right? With, like, modern builds and Guild Wars 2 especially. They nerf tanks? Yeah, it doesn't matter for raid though. Tanking in M+ is very hard though. Like, that is very difficult, I think. I definitely prefer M+ tanking to raid tanking. But I get to raid lead, so it's fine. I have stuff to do. Hell yeah. Take you playing on WoW? I basically play all of them, but it's going to be Blood, DK, and Bear, probably. That's what it's looking like. Bear. Love to see it. Yeah, you usually had a backup tank. I mean, you definitely want to have, like, subs for sure for Mythic raiding. You want to have, like, an extra healer. You want to have, like, an extra tank, probably, if people can't be there. Play Brew Master. Yeah, I played Brew in Season 2 in Raid. And obviously in some keys. Prop Pally is fun. Yeah, Prop Pally is really fun. That's actually the first tank I played. And Vivi's playing it now. He's Prop Pal in main. But yeah, no, I do like it actually. It's a fun tank to play. Because you get to like use a lot of abilities on allies and stuff. It's like very hybrid role. Which is pretty cool. Dono Ward. Wait, what do you want? Yeah, like, it's actually very difficult to gauge difficulty in Guild Wars 2. Because, like, Sarus is really weird. Like, if I'm being real with Sarus, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I actually think the team that did the best, actually performed the best, was actually Grimm's team. Because they... I mean, they liked the game the most, I feel like, which is why they did Embodiment of Sin. Like, my team just really was not into the game, shall we say, to be honest, at that point. Yeah. Like, I definitely wanted to go hard on Embodiment and like push for it, but like, you know what I'm saying? It's not everyone was interested in that, and I respect that. It cannot stop flaming his Sarus team. How is that flame? Is it really flame to say that the people I play with were not super into Guild Wars 2? They'd 100% admit that themselves. I hate the discourse around it. Well, I mean, there's, you know, it's, I don't know. What don't you like, actually? Are they placeable on any core tier maps or major of the 5 selling cities, or are they locked to Jantan map only? I don't know, we're about to read that soon, actually. And at the end of the day, I would always want to go. I would always want to go hard. You know, I think Sarus didn't work out quite how I wanted, but hey, that's how it goes, right? It's never perfect, is it? If the unit strat is faster, I think it makes 10% a little bit slower, actually, I think, unless you do some DPS optimizations. Mastro's come up with some DPS optimizations for unit strat, actually. But, like, the conventional unit strat that people do, it does make sub 10% last a bit longer. Which can potentially be an issue. Oh, you mean like the Virtuoso Discourse, Grim? Yeah, the Virtuoso Discourse is very annoying. I knew it was going to happen, but... yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. I think I'm definitely going to be thinking a lot more about breaking the game, though, actually. I think Grimm's team really showed this with how they solved embodiment, essentially. Is that I don't think anyone really thought about doing that. I'm not sure if anyone's thinking about doing that now. It's a real shame that Grimm's team... I'm not sure if Grimm's team is sticking together. It's a real shame. I think they should. But yeah, no, I'm definitely going to be going into Janthir with a couple of tricks up my sleeve. Yours is inherently high skill cap because you have immunity frames. You can use rotation abilities to completely counter a lot of devastating mechanics. The high skill ceiling makes it really hard to tune boss with the entire player base. They just need more tiers of difficulty with good progression curve. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I fundamentally don't agree with that. Like, the hardest, the best players of WoW are better than the best players of Guild Wars 2. And the hardest content in WoW is much harder than the hardest content in Guild Wars 2. And like, I don't really buy into this idea that, like, a game has a higher skill cap. It has a higher skill floor, that's for sure. Like, Guild Wars 2 is definitely a harder game to learn than World of Warcraft. That's 100% the case. But higher skill ceiling, I think the skill ceiling of every video game is more or less infinite. I would say that Guild Wars 2 has an infinite skill cap, and I would say that World of Warcraft has an infinite skill cap. Realistically, there's no, like, upper limit on how well you can play the game. A big part of that is just the popularity. Like, for example, like, people play WoW professionally, right? People play WoW professionally. And if you play WoW professionally, you're obviously going to get really good at it. Very hard going from WoW to Guild Wars 2. The mechanics are so different. It's actually really weird. I really didn't find this. I wonder if this is because of the way that I engage with the games. When I, like, learned... what do we even mean by this, actually? Because, okay, like, when I started playing WoW, I, like, depleted, like, plus 13 freehold with, like, 75 deaths. Does that mean that it was difficult to go from Guild Wars 2 to WoW? Like, what do we mean when we say this? I don't actually know what you mean. I actually don't understand what you mean when you say this. It's like, yeah, we wiped on Forgotten Experiments like 100 times when we were learning. Like, we died to Rashok a lot because we were learning how to use heal output cooldowns. Did that mean it was difficult to move? Like, it's like, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It's like, yes, we had to learn the game. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, like, look at this. What a classic, guys. That's a fucking that is a death window in details, bro. So does that mean it was hard for us to move? I wouldn't feel that way. I thought, like, we learned and it was fun, and we failed and it was fun, and we got better and it was fun. Right? It's like... I don't know what we mean. Yeah. Like, yeah, when you go to a new game and you have to learn it, you are going to be bad. Right? Like, you are going to suck. There's just no way around that. You are gonna be trash. So, I don't really agree with this kind of... I don't agree with the premise, really. Like, or like, I don't understand what we're trying to communicate here. With like, oh yeah, it was hard to go from X game to Y game. Like, what do we mean by that? Like, you weren't amazing at it day one? I mean, yeah, no shit. Like, being good at WoW doesn't make you good at Guild Wars 2, and vice versa, right? Easier to swap between more similar MMOs like WoW and SWTOR than any other something like Guild Wars 2 with dodging and all that. You know, okay, dude, I ain't gonna sound like the biggest WoW meme ever here, but I'm not gonna lie. Like, stops and kicks, that's just dodging with extra steps. And using defensives, that's just dodging. In fact, dude, doing an actual proper stop rotation is fucking AIDS. Holy shit. Like, that is very hard. It is very hard to do that. To be honest. In WoW, I learned by doing dungeons 1 to 18. Guild Wars, there's no system in place to teach me the game. I still have troubles in Guild Wars, so you've helped me learn much in Guild Wars. And I think, yeah, you're welcome. For sure, I think that, WoW is definitely easier to learn. For sure, it's definitely easier to learn game. Just because of the way classes are set up, build a spender, all that kind of stuff. Dude, holy shit! This guy he got juiced. Yeah. You just need to press defensive, more or less move out of a circle 9%. You also need to literally look at the boss's animation frame of frame to make sure you dodge right. It's very different in attention. Why you have D-Ben telling you exactly what to do, and Guild 2 the vision accessibility isn't there as much. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a freak, because I'm not gonna lie. I'm at the point right now where I can tell you Sarus's mechanics with my fucking eyes closed. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I just know the fight. But yeah, sure. There's definitely stuff that makes it like definitely like more accessible over time. Like, I could turn off all of my add-ons and do Farak right now. Like, pretty easily, I think, actually. I could raid lead Farak with no add-ons. Very easily, actually, at this point. Very easily. Because, bro, we've just been there so many times, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, holy fuck. Like, it's yeah. Oh, dude. Dear, oh, dear. Yeah. But yeah, there's definitely different skill sets. Like, Guild Wars 2 is going to test you in a different way, for sure. It's only the route part V. I agree with Grim here. I think that at the end of the day, PV is not hard. Like, fundamentally not hard, right? Like, progression is relevant. Everything else is like, whatever. WoW weapons are not skills. Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing in WoW is that you can see all of your abilities all the time. I think that information transparency really helps people learn the game, you know? Very nice. Yes. Would you not say original Tindral Farak are hard? If you don't know it once and finish the progression, it's not going to be exactly easy to re-clear those bosses. I think it's all, like, it's according to skill level, right, Guru? Like, for example, would it be hard for us to re-clear Tindral? Yes. I think it is hard to be consistent at very difficult PvE. But, like, Echo we're able to re-clear, right? Relatively okay, because they're on that level. They're, you know, like, skill-appropriate PvE is, like, pretty doable, I think. Oh, was it turns the off? Go with hotbar MMOs? Yeah, I think that a lot of MMOs are a bit bloaty. This is definitely something that I agree with. I don't think you need, like, a billion skills, to be honest, in your MMO, in your game. People are so allergic to OASD that I think people would still do unit strat even if walls were not jumpable. If walls were not jumpable, it would just give them a reason not to do OASD, to tank and cleanse and reboot. Yeah, sure, people would definitely still do it. If your animations don't connect, the damage doesn't happen. Yeah, but I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, you still... I'm not gonna lie, some of the kick and stop windows in WoW, I'm not gonna lie, like, they are just as tight, if not tighter, than dodge windows in Guild Wars 2, right? And yeah, you can see cast bars, but, like, an animation is the same as a cast bar, like, as long as the animation is good. The only time where the animation isn't good is when it's, like, desynced. There's a couple of fights, like, where, there's a couple of fights where animations are just not good in Guild Wars 2. Like, the Bone Skinner animations are, like, pretty desynchronized sometimes. And, like, the Demos animations are pretty rough, for sure. But, look, what I want to really point out here, actually, to people arguing about this. One, I'm not gonna lie. This is, like, a navel-gaze conversation. I think this... My game's harder than your game. Or my video game's got a higher skill cap than your video. This is junk. Like, the only thing that matters is how competitively people play the game, right? How try-hard are people? Like, that's the situation here. Yes. Yeah. Wait, what are we... Wait, what is Angels arguing about, actually? What's going on here? What is the actual argument here? WoW's top-end player base is so tried it's to their detriment. Ooh, that's a really interesting statement. What do you mean by that? Yeah. Can you explain that? Finds it more fun, harder than MMOs. Love him, but whatever makes him happy. Well, I think, you know, you know what's actually really interesting there, Kit? I almost certainly know what your partner means. Do you know, I think one of the reasons why people like games like WoW Classic and like super old school MMOs like EverQuest is because they're punishing, right? So when you fail, you get punished. And I think that is like really intertwined with difficulty for a lot of games. It's why people like hardcore. It's why people like the permadeath stuff in stuff like RuneScape, like Iron Man mode, right? Is that like your decisions are very consequential, right? I think that's why stuff like loot PvP yeah, and permadeath, right, is exciting. It's because there's risk. It's because your actions have a real weight. to what happens to your character. It's why I do really enjoy a bit of EVE Online, right? For this reason, actually. Like, if you're going into wormhole space, like, you have no idea what the fuck's gonna go on there. You might be getting out rich, or you might be losing everything you've got. And that's exciting. That actually is really exciting, I think. That's not for everyone. I know that some people hate the idea of that, and I definitely respect that you're not wrong to go, holy fuck, that sounds terrible, right? But I think that many players find that type of experience really exciting. That was a big thing I was working to get. Now looking at the characters with the new weapons. Ah, yeah. You have to. It's interesting. You have to kind of play through a good chunk of the story to get to that, right, Box? So yeah, you do have to get that. I got it on the Zero to Hero character as well. You joined Pandemic Horde? I haven't joined Pandemic Horde. The top DvD guilds are all based off 10 to 15 years of experience, parsing logs and history being extremely good. It makes it hard for a lot of people to transition their skill set in WoW, Final Fantasy. Where a game like ESO is more forgiving to the history of a player, allowing skilled players to climb up to the top relatively quickly, or this outliers. Ooh. That is very interesting, because the way I would interpret that is the top players in WoW are really fucking good. So when you're a new player, you've got one hell of a way to climb. And I would agree with that, but I don't view that as inherently bad. Like, for example, like, I was able to get the title top 0.1% in Mythic Plus in my first ever season of playing the game. My first ever Mythic Plus key, right? There is still a huge gap between me and someone like Now, for example, obviously, or Dorky, or Kira, or any of these players. But, I mean, yeah, obviously, these people are fucking sick. Yes, they're very good. Yes, they're real good. They're real good at the game, right? But, you know what? On the other side here, I do want to point this out. If I had actually put the work in Season 4, we could have qualified for TGP and been top 12, 16 teams who played in that tournament worldwide. Yes. We could have qualified in Season 4, I think, actually. It wouldn't have been easy, and I'm not saying it was guaranteed. Like, I'm not arrogant enough to say that, obviously. But we could have actually done it and even played competitively for money this time. Like, if we'd really grinded and gone for it, we could have done that, to be honest. But there were look, I'm not gonna look. By the way, guys, I'm not saying cope. We simply didn't play this much. We simply didn't play this much, and it was my fault. I had some real life stuff going on. We played nothing. We played, I think, less than a third of how much we played even last season, right? In terms of overall keys, we barely played, and we actually got about the same rating as well, effectively. Like, we were about in the same position, so we kind of held, we basically maintained. I was world 150 for Demon Hunter tanks in Season 3, and I was world 250 this time around, because again, no bullshit, we simply didn't play enough, we didn't practice enough, we didn't grind enough, right? Or anything like that. It's completely on me that we didn't perform quite as well in Season 4, no excuses. But yeah, we are on the level where we can start to actually be competitive, right? Like, are we gonna beat Echo? Fuck no. Like, if you want to even get close to a guild like that in M+ or raiding, it will take you years of dedication, right, to get to that level. But I mean, that's kind of the deal, right? Completion rates of higher keys or speed? Well, technically speaking, it's both, right? But yeah, it's the primary factor is going to be key level. Like, so, in other words, as long as you successfully time a key, right, it will supersede even like a really fast key at a lower level, basically. So yeah, key level is paramount in these things. But if it comes down to it, then speed is relevant, right? Like, you know, if you time a key 1 minute faster, that will generate you a higher rating as well. Yeah. What are you doing out of game? Hope everything is okay, my friend. Look, it's we don't need to get into it. It was some just not a good time, right? Not a good time, Box. Like, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Like, don't need to stress about it or anything like that. But I was just kind of away. I wasn't gaming as much. I wasn't on internet as much. I wasn't quite myself. Like, I just like that. I wasn't myself. Like, I'm sure a lot of you guys probably noticed, right? Like, I think people in the WoW guild definitely knows. I haven't been myself for a while now. And you know, we're back. You know, we're getting back at this point. We're nearly there. You know, it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. And yeah, we played a lot in Season 3. Like, we didn't actually play as much. Season 2 was our most hours played. Like, dude, you guys have no idea how much WoW I played in Season 2. Like, seriously, when in Season 2, it was unironically, we would do like 6 hours of keys a day. Then I would go and stalk all the top streamers, steal all their strats, review my own footage, force the team to review their own footage, like continuously doing research, asking questions in Discord, talking to streamers to learn, doing log review, all this kind of stuff. Like, no joke, dude. I was like fucking fully addicted in Season 2, man. I think I was like putting like at least 10 hours into WoW like every day. Like, between actually playing and doing like research and review and stuff like that, it was like mega grind in Season 2. QT cares too much about history versus how good a player is, because yes, it does translate. What? Do you enjoy that? Yeah, I did enjoy that. It was fun. Yeah. I want to go harder as well. You know, I look at people like Yoda. Like, Yoda is grinding like keys for like 15 hours a day. That's based. Okay, I definitely am a little bit jealous of that, but I don't want to harm my health. By doing that. I need to be in the correct position to do that. I want to fix a couple of things in my life before I really go hard. But I'm actually really planning on going very, very hard, actually, on gaming. Kind of towards the latter half of this year, actually. I've got a lot of plans with tournaments, a lot of plans with Guild Wars, a lot of plans with World of Warcraft. And I really want to, like, go hard on streaming as well. Like, I want to go back to doing, like, 8-hour streams every day, to be honest. Like, I've sorted myself out. Well, not quite, but we're getting there. I'm not going to make any promises yet, but I'm working on it, right? I'm sorting myself out, fixing it, right? I'm in EU, that's correct, yeah. EU server, and yes, I am from the UK. But yeah, I simply have not been I haven't been playing games as much. Like, again, I'm sure people have noticed. I have not been as online over the last 6 months as I normally am. I've been completely disengaged. I'm completely out of the loop of, like, everything that's going on. I've just been out. Just been out. Meta saving low-level players requiring absurd things and trickles down from the top players who aren't doing these things. You know what? Let me actually kind of engage in good faith. I think you're right. I do think that people enact and enforce meta things that they don't understand and aren't actually the reason why they're failing. This is actually something that Folding Ideas touched on his World of Warcraft video, specifically regarding instrumental play. It's called Why It's Rude to Suck at Warcraft. One of the best videos I've ever seen on YouTube, actually. It's really fantastic. Yes, this does happen. Yeah, it does. But I think that kind of happens in every game, actually, if I'm being honest. It definitely happens in Guild Wars. It really does. Yeah, people definitely do this in Guild Wars, like 100%. Yeah, it's a fucking problem, you know. Yeah. What's it called again? It's called Why It's Rude to Suck at Warcraft by Folding Ideas. Yeah. Great channel. I eagerly await every upload from Folding Ideas. Very cool channel. Miso's great. Yeah, I love his video essays. They're so high effort. They're so well put together and so well produced. Very, very cool. Yeah. It's rude to not... Wait, oh, did you make this post? Like, this is an old one, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. You did 0 CC. 0, like 0. Literal 0. I did. This one is so fucking good. I am DPS dog. Oh, it's so funny. He doesn't do CC because he's DPS. Oh man. Oh fuck. It's over, dude. I'm giga dead here. I'm turbo dead. It's over. If I had renewed focus, I'd make it. But I don't have renewed focus. Unfortunate. Ecto's a 46. So I'm actually going to do like the full meta train tomorrow, I think, actually. We'll do full meta train tomorrow. Also, guys, help me test my vote thing again. Look, let's derail the conversation by you guys actually voting for classes. Look, guys, ban. Go. Ban whatever you want. It's time, guys. Look, what spec do you hate the most? It's time. Thoughts on what PvE class spec is good for a simpler rotation? I think that going with something like Virtuoso is going to be great for that. Virtuoso, Scourge. I think Scrapper's actually pretty easy as well to do, to be honest. Vindicator's not too bad as well. Fresh Air Tempest, not too bad. Wow, did all of you guys are voting for Mesmer? You guys just hate Mesmer, huh? And Warrior. Vote Fungus Among Us. Vote Engineer. Okay. Good votes, guys. Good votes. So, this is actually a video essay I really want to make. Here's the thing about the meta, guys. The meta gets exaggerated very aggressively because people who put a lot of effort into the game are much more likely to reroll than people who don't. And what this means is that higher skilled players reroll, and that actually means that lower skilled players end up playing the off-meta builds. And what this means is that because there aren't as many high-skilled players playing off-meta builds, guess what? That means the visual difference between what's meta and what isn't actually grows. If you actually took like a very high skill player playing a meta build and a very high skill player playing an off meta build, you'll actually see that the difference is probably not as large as you might expect. This is like a very distorted view of how the metagame actually operates. Ah. Dragon Hunter. I like how you can multi-vote. Yes, that is intentional, but I will obviously remove that when the time comes. But you know what I mean? No other MMO has the damaging meta interpretation that WoW has. It makes the game a community that is not conducive to skilled players becoming good at the game, which in turn affects the turn rate at every level. Wait, hang on, wait. Can we connect these two ideas? What do we mean there? Like, why... well, for one, I would actually challenge the first statement. I actually think that basically all games with a meta are like this, to be honest. I think Guild Wars 2 is definitely like this. It really is. But, like, or at least to some extent, right? I don't know if I'd say it's, like, the same, but it definitely has, like, this property, right? Like, 100%, people are, like, really funny about the meta in Guild Wars. They absolutely are. But, how do we connect the idea of... this weird meta interpretation prevents people from getting good at the game? Like, I think that's kind of weird. What do you say the delta between the best and worst spec in Guild Wars 2? Player agnostic. It is pretty high. Because there are outliers. If we remove outliers, it's actually not that big. When I say outliers, I mean, there are some builds that kind of suck, like full DPS Herald or heal Alacrity Bladesworn. Like, or heal, you know, these are just... they're scuffed, right? They're fundamentally scuffed. But if we take a look at, like, the non-outlier builds, it's pretty... it's pretty damn close. It's probably, I want to say it's like 15%, maybe. Like between like the best and the worst build that isn't an outlier. Maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe more like 20, 25%. Like 20%. Yeah. Yeah, 20, 25%. In terms of like difference in like how good the build is between like the best build and the worst build. The spread is wider among healers. Heals players with Dog, Druid, and Chrono are God. I mean, I would say that if I think about like healers, something like Chrono, Druid, and Necro are much better than Tempest. They're like quite a lot better than Tempest. It's probably it's a wider spread in terms of supports, I think. But in terms of DPS, it's pretty close actually. Yeah. I think it's points you can't advance to higher tier guilds because you don't play the meta, which is somewhat true. I think there's actually an additional complexity here, though, that people conveniently forget, in my opinion, Angels. It's in WoW. Okay, let's say that I've got 2 players. I've got one player who... Okay, and they're the same skill level, right? They're the exact same skill level. They've both done Cutting Edge before in approximately the same ranked guild. They both have high IO score, let's say 3,500 IO score, for example. But one player says, I will re-roll to any spec you want, Guildmaster. I am totally fine with re-rolling. I will play what's good. I will play what we need. And the other player says... I am a Windwalker main. You would be an imbecile to pick the person who isn't willing to reroll over the person who is. This is the problem that I think actually makes this issue a real thing. Like, joining a guild is a competition. And I think people don't realize this. When you're applying to a guild... You are competing for limited spots against everyone else there. And if you aren't willing to reroll, if you aren't willing to do what it takes to win, you are making yourself a significantly weaker player by doing that. I would argue that the ability to reroll is one of the biggest skill markers in any game. And, as Hoth says... You're communicating that you're a team player, you're willing to cooperate, you're willing to, you know, put the work in for the team. So this is where things get a little bit tricky. It is true that joining a guild as a non-meta player is going to be more challenging, but that is because you are putting yourself at a competitive disadvantage. It's not made up. Because I think the thing that's going wrong here is that Reister Bunny is trying to say that, or again, correct me if I'm wrong here, you're saying that the meta makes it, like player action, like player behavior, artificially makes it more difficult. I would argue no. I will always pick a player who will reroll and will flex over someone who won't. I don't think it's imaginary. I don't think it's made up. I think it's extremely real, actually. You are absolutely holding yourself back if you refuse to reroll. This is a side effect of competition. This is not a bug. This is not players fucking it up. This is a feature. Competition will create this every single time. And because the game is hard and has like challenging content, like high keys or whatever, and like, you know, if you don't get top 1%, guys, you're not getting that title, and you never will. Yeah. Same thing with Cutting Edge. If you don't get Cutting Edge, it's gone. It's never coming back. It's gone forever, yeah? So the thing is that because the game is competitive, you are going to pick the correct candidates. Yeah. Some of the guilds in the top 250 final range require years of positive parsing, logs, analytical data, and show propensity. Yet there are dozens of hundreds of players with Excel that don't have these things. I've never seen this in ESO, Guild Wars 2, etc. So this all felt argumentative. To be honest, and I'm just going to be real, Rice the Bunny, it's because in Guild Wars 2, you don't have a choice. The scene is so minuscule, and there are so few players who are actually good at the game and actually want to improve. You have no choice. In WoW, good players are a dime a dozen, right? There are a lot of very good people who play that game, and basically, if you're a top guild, you can pick and choose. You're gonna have, look, even for, like, me and Angels, I shouldn't say me and Angels. Angels is definitely, like, the guy who puts in the muscle, right? But the guild that Angels runs, which I'm a part of, we have a lot of people applying. We can pick and choose. If someone isn't good or someone's not quite right, we say, no thanks. In Guild Wars 2, it is very hard to replace people. I'm trying to build a team of people who I think are good to play World versus World, PvE and PvP with. It is insanely hard to do. Like, the amount of people who are new in the game that I consider to be on the level I'm looking for is minuscule. It's like less than, it's a matter of hundreds in the entire game with what I'm looking for. Not on EU, not in my chat, in my community, in the entire game. Right? Whereas in WoW, you have thousands. You have thousands and thousands of thousands of, like, sweaty nerds who are gonna pump for you, right? If that makes any sense. Like, it's just so much more competitive. There's just so many more people to choose from, right? In WoW compared to Guild Wars. Yes. We are our laws, if you will, assuming we have 20 cows or better, which is just wrong a lot. I don't agree with that. I don't think people do. Well, I mean, yeah, I shouldn't say that people don't do that. I'm sure there are some guilds that do that, but I actually don't think that's necessarily the case. Invest in the gamers that just game. You'll get blown away sometimes. I mean, but the thing is, why would I take a chance on someone who isn't necessarily going to be a good player when I can just pick someone who I know is a good player and they've got the evidence to show it, right? Like, from a guild leader perspective, like, what's the benefit here? What's the upside from my end? Why would I train someone up when I can just find someone who's already good? Ah. Homegrown players are better, to be honest. I think that sometimes they are, yeah. I think people can kind of get stuck in the mud a little bit and end up stagnating, to an extent. It also seems very stifling. Well, does it, though? Getting a job for the first time. But the thing is, though, does it, though, Hoth? If it's stifling, why were me and Angels able to get, cutting edge every season after only playing the game for the first time with people who hadn't really played the game? If it's stifling, why did I get the title every time? I put in the work, and I got it done. You know? Like, I didn't feel stifled. I just got it done. And if I wanted to, in fact, dude, I actually even, like, a guild that was top 200 tried to poach me and some of the other members from the guild that, the very guild that I'm in. If that makes any sense. Yes. Like, it's already happening. Yes, I could, if I wanted to stab Angels in the back, I could leapfrog into a top 200 guild worldwide, right? I could do that. So, I mean, we're doing it, right? We're doing the thing. You also played an unrealistic amount of hours. I think this is actually crunch time when it comes to competition. And I think this is because I have a sports background. I kind of intuitively understand this. If you want to win, then that's what you've got to do, right? Like, was it realistic for everyone to swim 4 hours a day and go to the gym every day? Like sometimes, like, get up at 4:30? I mean, no, it was honestly one of the most fucked up experiences of my entire life, doing that for years on end. But that's what you gotta do, because every other motherfucker is doing that. Like, when I go to these swimming competitions and I was competing against, you know, some really amazing athletes, yeah, that's what these guys were doing. Like, they were, in fact, they were going hard with me. Guys, look, you might have seen this. If you've been watching the Olympics, I've swum against Adam Peaty. Right? I've been at the same swim meets as Adam Peaty, who is a world champion. He is a gold medalist at the Olympics. And yeah, you're damn right that guy was, like, cranking. I'm nowhere near as good as him, by the way, to be clear. I've been at the same event as him. I'm not in his league. I want to be really clear about that. But yeah, I've been in the same events as Ben Proud. I have directly competed against Ben Proud, actually, in some events. I've been in the same race as Ben Proud, who, again, is a British Olympian. And yeah, those guys they're doing what it takes, right? That's just that's competition, right? Like, that's just how it is. Yeah. What did you swim? I did 50 freestyle, 100 freestyle, 50 fly, and then 100 fly. All long course as well. Long course and short course. Yeah. Ah. You are relatively new, something you knew about to perform. This is kind of what I'm trying to get to. Honestly, I don't think there's really an argument making it. Obviously, talking about WoW's culture as a whole. Well, I mean, but this is what I kind of mean, right? Like, this is the nature of the beast. I can understand not liking how, like, mythic raiding in WoW works, but it's inevitable. Like, you can't separate these two ideas, right? The game is hard, the game is inherently competitive, and that means people are going to do what it takes to win. Like, this... If that makes any sense, right? Like, it is, this is what this is. This is competition. You cannot take the cutthroat element out of competition. It is not possible. You cannot do that. You can't say, oh, don't pick the best players for your team. Like, that's just not gonna fly. Fresh stream, always fresh, Sind. The word detriment, think this whole thing. I feel bad for new players who are extremely good. It's an uphill battle to get to their skill level. What do you mean by that? What do I think about that statement? It's an uphill battle to get to your skill level. You're basically saying that you're going to have to play with people who are worse than you on your climb towards greatness. The thing is, I would say that is true for basically every single guild in a team event. To an extent. unless you're literally the best player, well, I mean, how could that not be the case, right? Like, that's progression, right? Like, the way that you climb a leaderboard is, like, you start as being the best player in bronze, then you make up, then you know, you're better than everyone else in bronze, then you go to silver, then you go to gold, then you go to plat, right? And so on after that. And it's kind of the same thing with guilds, you know? Like, yes, you join a guild, you become the best player in that guild, then you find a better guild. Then you rinse and repeat. You keep doing that. Leopold MX, that's the prime. Yeah. You got to be your best to find out you're actually not good enough. Sure, yeah, absolutely. I think this is just kind of the nature of competition, right? Like, you're always going to be in that position where you're dominating in your league and you're trying to break through to the next one. I think that that's just kind of inevitable. If I have a normal account, can I play my account in Steam? I don't think they're don't think you can. Actually, I think they're separate accounts, right? Nice. Yes. Oh, you can modify the file, but I'm not sure if you can, like, can you purchase things? Can you, like, cross-buy purchases though, like to get the cheaper value? You probably can't, right? Yeah, it's not gonna get the Steam perks, right? It's not gonna have the functionality. Like, because, you know, the thing is that if the thing we're talking about here is that competition is hard, I wholeheartedly agree with you. But I don't think... no, in fact, I don't think that. There is no way it will ever not be the case. Competition, by definition, right, is as hard as other people make it, right? Like, if you jump 10 meters, someone else is going to jump 11. And if you want to win, you're going to have to find a way to do 11.5, right? Like, you are going to run into these situations where you're going to really have to push yourself to do this. This is going to be the case in every game. And again, it's fine to not like that. But then I would simply say, I hate to say it, like, yeah, competitive play isn't for you. There's nothing wrong with that. But you can't play competitive content and play a competitive game without competing, right? Like, you can't do that. Because that's just not how it works. I mean, it's an oxymoron, right? You can't do that. Like, you have to. Yeah. Yeah. Extra less compared to other competitive games. I think it's more strict in recent years, obviously. Well, it's more strict because people are getting better at the game, right? Get my first cutting edge if every guild asks for having cutting edge. Make a case for yourself. Make a case for yourself. Like, show that you do really, really well in heroic. Like, show that you're really good at Mythic Plus. You got to sell yourself. You got to, you know, sell yourself, right? Like, you know, explain why you're the right candidate, right? For all of this kind of stuff. And I'm sure not every guild asks for cutting edge. I think that's pretty unlikely, actually. I don't think we asked for cutting edge, actually. So there's at least one exception. I'm pretty sure we were okay with people who had, like, good records and, like, good attitudes joining into our guild. Like, especially as, like, as an early developing guild. I don't think we were, like, super strict on this as well. We didn't ask for cutting edge until Season 4. Yeah, so through the entirety of the expansion, we did not ask for cutting edge. We simply asked people to have, like, the right attitude, the right mentality, and write a good application. Yes. I talked to a casual hardcore guild, which sounds wild, but we traded 2 nights a week and went ham during that time frame. Yeah, I think that honestly works for... That will... I mean, that's enough for Hall of Fame, even, if you play your cards right. And if you're good enough at the game. Natural progression of games seen through the lens of esports and high-end competition. I think it's, I mean, for sure, yeah, like, this is just the way it goes. But I think it's, I'm not sure if it's, I think we're getting a slightly weird impression of this, of how the game actually is, though, in my opinion. Because, again, I just played with my friends and we got top 0.1%. Where was the barrier to entry? Right? What happened? How did I get... where was it? You know? What happened? So I really struggle with this kind of thing. Cutting Edge is top 0.1%. I'm talking about Mythic Plus here. Cutting Edge probably is top 0.1% of the overall population, to be honest. But that's... I don't know the actual numbers on that. But, yeah. I just play with my friends, right? I play with Emissy, Mice, Vivi, Snizzle, and me. We just blasted. Yeah. And we did it from scratch, right? Like, no one boosted us. I didn't get coached or anything like that. We learned from scratch, right? By, you know, learning how to play the game. They turned cutting edge with a pre-patch. Yeah, the season ended, right? The season ended. So there's like no M+ rating and stuff like that anymore. None of my friends play video game shit. And you know, that, but, you know, I think one thing that you definitely have to do is you have to be willing to make new friends. Like, I'm 100% willing to meet new people for Fungus and playing Guild Wars 2 with. I'm 100% down to meet new people to play WoW with. Right, can add new people to the team. Right, we played with, I played different rosters, right? Season 2, I played with Emissy, Mice, Vivi, Snizzle, and me. Season 3, I played with Abindo and Rated instead of Emissy and Mice. And then in Season 4, we played with Guru instead of Abindo, right? Like, yeah, like, you kind of have to be willing to do that. What was the highest key you did? So... in Season 3 was the season we performed the best in. We were 3,813 rating. The highest key we did was a 31 fall at Galakron's Fall from Dawn of the Infinite. I think what was the hardest key we did, though? I think the hardest key we did was Throne of the Tides 29, which was basically 1 key level off Bleeding Edge. That was probably our best performance. We did a really good job there, I think. I can actually quickly check what our statistically best key was, real quick. It was actually the Fall. Yeah, it was the Fall 31 was our statistically best key. And then, yeah, second was Throne. So, yeah, our Galakron's Fall was World 232, and then Throne of the Tides was World 295. Yeah. We go Soldier. Yeah, we were... I mean, they were getting battered. Holy shit. Like, you know, like, whatever server, we're getting absolutely crushed right now. We're holding on for dear life. Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, it's all about being social. You know, it's really weird, actually. I'm really in two minds about this, guys. People may be surprised to hear this. I do not consider myself to be a very social person at all. And people who know me personally would know why I would say that. It's probably a little complex to talk about on the stream, to be honest. But what I am good at is I am fine with talking to people. I 100%, if I want to, I can do that, guys. Okay, like, we can, if I need to get people to do something, we can make that happen. Absolutely no problem, right? I am very okay initiating conversation, like, meeting new people, right? Like, introducing myself, like, making friends. I'm very fine with interacting with people, right? That's not an issue for me. But I think that's actually a trait that is really useful. It's very useful for me, I think. Because, yeah, the key to if I'm being honest, guys, the key to my success is that I am capable of being social. I am absolutely fine with talking to anyone, right? I am, I think a good example of this that I think will make some kind of sense here, I am totally fine with hopping on a Discord call and talking to Max about World of Warcraft, meeting Dratnos and Growl, and chatting with those guys for a couple of hours about Dragonflight raids, even though I haven't met them before. And of course, they're obviously more knowledgeable at the game than I am. I am totally fine with hopping on a Discord call with Summit 1G, which I did for Guild Wars 2, or talking to Stay Safe, or talking to Josh Drive Hayes, or talking to Preach, right? This is no problem whatsoever. And I think that's something that not everyone would be okay with. I use those examples of talking to, like, people who have, like, a really big reputation, kind of like some standing around them, because I feel like people might be intimidated by that or expect me to be so, but I'm really not. And I think that that kind of, this character trait allows me to succeed a lot. Talk to Dratnos. Well, it wasn't on the Poddy C, it wasn't on the podcast, it was just, like, a stream segment, a stream segment with that Max set up regarding the bosses, the boss design, and like the quality of bosses in Dragonflight. Yeah. Certain players hadn't met the rest level. I mean, this is definitely true in vanilla, but that's also because people played the game differently. Like, in vanilla WoW, most people never got to max level, never raided, or never did the end game, because the game was about, like, leveling and doing quests. Like, that was what the game was about. I can't believe Echo of Neltharion that high. Echo of Neltharion is it's just a banger. I'm sorry. It's just good. I'm sorry, guys. Co-parter. It's good. Where's the Aberrus music? Okay, we have to play this. Okay, hang on. Dude. Come on, guys. Let's go. How can you not like this? Very nice. Yeah, that's reality. I mean, WeCore map for 8 minutes straight. I think this is actually my most lunar... This is actually, I think, the WoW take that would get me crucified. I do not give a fuck if the WeCorer tells you what to do. The only thing I care about is it difficult? Is it a challenge? Is it competitive? Like, I think it's better if it isn't that way, right? I would say that, yeah, like the WeCore map is kind of dumb. In fact, it definitely is kind of dumb, but I don't actually care, to be honest. Like, to me, that's just a telegraph, right? That's just another telegraph. I think the best way to do it is with boss animations, like how a lot of like more modern action-oriented games do, to be honest, as opposed to like looking at cast bars and looking at UI elements and so on. But I actually don't care that much. Like, if it's hard, if it's difficult, if it's a challenge, if it's competitive, who cares? But yeah. Is Yakona's empowerment worth it while I'm doing the Druid Stones? I think it's a little bit less relevant on the Season 3 maps. It just gives you, like, more XP, right? But, I mean, you might as well, right? Active bobbing up. Everyone's funneling them into the festival. Like, all materials are getting sucked out of the game right now. Feasted on. 2K Actos. Stormwind theme. Ah, this is actually very good. Yes. Absolutely fucking glorious. Dude, and the Ironforge music as well. Oh my god. It's so good. Very nice. This guy's just dead. I'm rousing him. He died. It's over. Well, it's unfortunate. I tried to save him. I paid the price. You know, this is one thing about World vs. World in particular. They need to have epic music. The music in World vs. World is not epic, and it does not feel good, guys. They need to fucking crank it up. You know what I'm saying? It needs to go hard. It does not go nearly hard enough in World vs. World. There is loads of music that does go hard in Guild Wars 2, but they just didn't put any of it in World vs. World. It's actually crazy. It's like way too chill. It's like, you know, we're having these epic battles, and the music is just so relaxing, you know? Warcraft music is actually trash. It's a few tracks, most of them classic. It's all ambient music. That is really untrue in retail. I think that classic is really ambient, actually. But by the way, I actually like that. Like, there is something really cool. I love this in Sunken Temple, actually. Hang on. I love going into a dungeon at a raid, and this is what it sounds like. You know, it's an underground sunken temple filled with, you know, minions of the blood god. There's slimes everywhere, like mummified trolls. I definitely think the more epic music has its place. I do like it in retail, actually, but I do like the ambient music in vanilla as well, actually. I think it's really cool. I like both. I wouldn't pick one or the other. I don't know why. I feel like turning music into a competition is I don't really like it because it's just so situational. Or you know what I also really like, guys? Gnomragon music. What the fuck is this? Wait, this is retail. What the fuck? Dog shit. Give me the vanilla one. Where's the penis music? Yes! Listen to that, guys. Yes! I love that the examples are often WoW classic. Well, I was because I was giving examples of specifically ambient music. Okay, dude, I feel like I'm actually getting trolled. Okay, how is this like ambient music? Okay, let's break out like the let's break out some of this. How is this ambient? Oh my god, you guys are fucking hard to please, dude, okay? What about this? Oh man, this one is so good. It's time. Yeah, the Veil Guardian theme is really good, actually. Yes, ambient music. Kidding me, guys? Wait, to ambience? I really don't agree with that, actually. Like, in my opinion, one of the things that I actually do kind of like about WoW, actually, is that... And you know what? This is because I am a kid, guys, okay? I admit it. I am a child. What I love about retail WoW is that fucking everything is dialed up to 11 all the time. Like, constantly. It is like... Everything you do, they make it massive. All the enemies are huge. The environment is massive. The music is massive. Everything about the game is like rule of cool, mega epic, to be honest. It's almost a little bit too much. It kind of shatters the immersion a little bit because of how insane everything is, but it's also kind of cool as well, actually. I don't know. Yeah. This one is also really good, actually. Hang on. Yeah. Very nice. It's like Marvel, kind of. This is actually true. You guys are not even getting the full experience. I want to say, actually, the voice acting carries WoW so hard, actually. Oh my god. Like, all the characters are larger than life. They're massive. They're yelling at you constantly. They're just constantly saying insane, over-the-top shit all the time. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. I think it's so good. I love it in dungeons. Like, the dungeon bosses are so good because they yap. They yap at you constantly. It's amazing. Same in the raids. Yeah, it's like, you know, feel the horrors yet to come. Stuff like that all the time. Yes. The jailer. What's this? Let's see what line have we got here.
For uncounted ages, I plotted to break this flawed cycle.
Break.
To forge a new cosmos, dominated under my will.
Yeah. And by the way, the entire game is like this. It's always like this. All the time. Constantly. Does sound a bit like Zeratul, actually. That's true.
It all makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it is actually kind of like the entire game is Doom. Like, it is a little bit like that, yeah. It is quite similar. Syndragosa Arcane. What's this?
Suffer, mortals, as your pathetic magic betrays you!
Based. Yeah. Actually, oh man, yeah, there's so many good lines. Like, Razagath is also very... Razagath has insane voice lines, dude. They're so
Within
good.
the scale of the universe, you are nothing.
True! Absolutely right. Yeah. It's all like this, guys. The entire game is this way. Yeah. Ruined, exactly. What dungeon boss has the best lines? Wait, isn't Chrono Lord Deos dead now? I need time travels. They can bring him back. It's fine. So the dungeon bosses, they're so good. No, we're not doing Let Fly. Let Fly, what the fuck is that, bro? That one is not good. I will say, though, yeah, Trigger's right, though. Like, I feel like they could, I guess they could go a little bit harder on some of the animations. Like, some classes have it better than others. Like, the DK animations are pretty mediocre, but then stuff like Paladin is fucking explosive as hell. You know? It's very class-dependent. Stuff like Warrior has, like, mega cool animations. Like, mega cool animations. So does Ret. So does Mage. Honestly, Mage looks insane, actually, with how it kind of plays out. But, yeah, it just depends. Like, some classes have, like, no animations. Like, Death Knight has, like, fuck all animations, basically. Yeah. Warlock? Oh, yeah, Warlock, you can, like, fire imps at people and fire, like, a mega fireball. Ah, yeah, free. Dude, Mage does have, like, sick animations, actually. That's true. That is actually very true. The big chug of a good animation. I think the pull is a good animation, but, like, a lot of your basic attacks on DK don't really have... They don't have much going on. And Deathbringer does look cool, actually. Like, the, Deathmark, right? Death Knight, wow, no good animations. It's a little more subdued compared to some of the other classes, for sure. Like, Deathstrike doesn't really have much going on. Like, Blood Boil doesn't really do that much. Like, your grip moves do. Like, A-Bomb Limb looks really cool, and so does, like, Gorfine's Grasp and stuff like that. That looks pretty sick. But, like, a lot of your basic attacks don't really look super crazy, right? It's not a bad animation, right? Like, the animation's alright, but, like, the spell effect is pretty minimal. It's pretty minimalistic, like, spell-wise, right? Oh, yeah, I had to do the news. But listen, look, the chat derailed me. I blame the chat. I guess I'm mostly talking about Blood, actually. Like, I guess, like, yeah, Frost looks pretty badass, actually. Frost is pretty cool. It's got, like, a gig animations. That is a good point. Blood Deathbringer looks sick. I mean, does it though? I mean, I think the Deathmark is pretty good. Like the Exterminate, right? Yeah. But yeah, do you see it? You see this actually, Angels? Like Trig is fucking maining Survival Hunter, bro. That's actually crazy. He's like throwing bombs at people. He's the bomb man. I just like video games, dude. I do like video games. WoW was such a good game, but so is Guild Wars 2. And so is Final Fantasy 14. I have to find some time to actually play that game as well. Like, I really like the... I've watched the last couple of Race to Worlds firsts, and Nico can carry me. It's actually based. Nico can carry me. He's literally fucking, like, World 11th Omega Protocol, dude. He's just gonna carry me. It's fine. It's all good. I'm just gonna boost the story, bro. No problem. I just bought... Look, you just pay to win, no? I'll skip the story. It's all good. Pharaoh RTS? Wait, Pharaoh RTS? I mean, I know the city building Pharaoh. That game's great, by the way. What a great game. Pharaoh popped off. Yes, that was a good game. I'm playing the song. Yeah, the music in Pharaoh is exceptionally good. This is high tier. The forest, feared by many, loved by all. The forest. The trees. Just like WoW today? Yes. Abandon your dead, putrid MMO. Come into the light. Join World of Warcraft. Pre-order the Epic Edition to get early access. And fund Activision Blizzard CEO yachts. It's time. Take a good sip of the syrup. Buy WoW tokens. Yeah. You know, Bobby's not at the company anymore, so I can't even joke about buying Bobby's new yacht. Which is kind of, honestly, it's kind of good that he's gone. In fact, it's very good that he's gone. Honestly, I love to see it, but every silver lining has a cloud, guys. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, you can see it on gw2 efficiency, what you've done and what you haven't done. Early access, it is absolutely despicable. I plan on spending most of my time in the early access, flaming Blizzard for even doing it. It is unbearable cringe, to be honest. Early access for an MMO is... How is this penis music? This is not even close to penis music, guys. Up to raid for the first time? Yeah, definitely. It's actually going to be really exciting, I think. We get the... And I think it's actually at a really good time as well, actually, because they're making Heroic not only much harder, but also more relevant. I do hope they go back on the decision to delay Mythic Plus by a week, though. I don't like that at all. I will criticize them for that. I feel like that's a pretty unpopular decision as well. I don't like that, to be honest. Like, that's a mistake to me. But it is what it is. We deal with it. Yeah. Oh, well. The new play experience in Guild Wars 2 is awful. I need to do some proper research into what people mean when they say this. Like, I feel... But, okay, I am really biased on this. I love playing new games. Okay? Like, I fucking love it. Like, play... You know, okay, let me put it like this, actually. Being bad at retail WoW, and still being bad, is actually... It is fun to me. Okay? It is... I like it. I like that. I like learning. Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know what people mean when they say... Vivi, link the fucking... link the death log again. When people say the new player experience is bad, do they mean this? Right, is this what they mean? Like, we deplete, like, a very easy key, Cum Totem, Emissy, Vivaloof, Dog Voker, me, Prop Paladin, Spin on Mage, I'm Chicken. Like, do you guys mean this? Like, you fail a lot? Like, you make mistakes and you die and you have to learn? Like, is this what we mean? Or do we mean it's unfun? Do we mean, like, it's an unfun experience? Or do we mean that it's like, hard to learn? Because, to me, dude, I have unbelievably fond memories of this, actually. I wonder if Spin remembers this. I don't think he's here. But... I remember me and Spin were, like, pugging keys. Like, we were doing 17s for weeklies, right? And we'd never timed the 17 before, and we timed a 17 freehold by 1 second. Is that key easy? Yeah, that key's a fucking joke, right? Like, you know, we went on to time a 29 later on in the same season. But, dude, that was so based. Okay, it was so good. It was so fucking fun to try and actually make that happen, right? And you know, and to finish that key. Like, Man, no one's the noob phase? Dude, I love the noob phase. The noob phase is unironically the best phase. Like, once you actually learn the game, you can't learn the game anymore. Like, you've kind of run out. Like, or, well, it's you have to work a lot more to get the same effect, right? Like, there's less for you to learn, basically. The noob phase is so good. Embrace the noob phase, guys. Don't run from the noob phase. I still have a VOD of 23 Alderman in noob phase. Dude, I have basically every key I did in Season 2. Like, I have all of it. Yes. Couldn't move abilities like in Final Fantasy XIV. I think that actually is an interesting criticism. It would be... I think more keybind support would actually be really cool for Guild Wars. That would be nice if you could have like more customization. I mean, look, UI customization would be really good in this game. That's not, we all know that. It would be really nice if you had a bit more control over how the UI works. Yeah. Dodge at chemo, we good. You're actually allowed to use auto hotkey for that. You're explicitly allowed to use auto hotkey paint. So if you want to, just set up an auto hotkey. All right, guys, I've got to do the news, okay? I got derailed, but it's because I do like talking about things. But I'm waiting for this tick, then we're getting the fuck out. I'm getting this camp, then we go to juice up. Daily World versus World Leech. What the hell is this? Wait, this is Angels' Demon Hunter. Like, this is who I have to raid with, guys. Like, this is actually like most of the guild. Like, most of the guild, they love this stuff. Kumas. Alcar in the chat, yo. Guys, if you like this, please type Kuma in the chat so I know who's who. Every Blood Elf female. I mean, look, guys, it's body type 2. This is body type 2 Blood Elf here. You guys like this stuff? Yeah. Wow. Subi failed to type Kuma. Marginal Kuma. Yeah, Wraith actually isn't a Kuma. Feels good. He plays body type 1 dwarf. I respect that. TBC killed world PvP. I mean, flying mounts didn't help, that's for sure. Cone. Vote for more professions, guys. Go. It's time. Vote. Vote. Go, 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 go. What's this YouTube video? Very interesting. $459k DPS. Where's the VOD of our 28 Vortex Pinnacle, Vivi? Link that. One Azeroth TV, pugging keys. Dude, wait, he's not depleting. Oh my god. Wait, guys, it's not deplete. Brackenhide 16. And if they die, they will deplete, but surely they wouldn't die. Oh, dude, look at that. Yeah, the totem is getting destroyed. There's no way this depletes. Yeah. You wait until Monday to use it. Well, I mean, no, we can't do that. It's linking Dagda there as well. There is no VOD of Mela playing Sun Catalyst. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think there's a couple of underground VODs though, actually, like of some people playing it, I think. A very powerful Guild Wars 2 video. Perma 25 might. Oh wait, is this like the Scrapper mech exploit? Yep, there it is. Yep. Nice. Very good. Love to see that. That's what we like to see. Very nice. Yeah. Yes. All right. Interesting. On Angels' channel. Ah, yeah, there's some good videos on Angels' channel, actually. There's some good ones there. My character isn't Coombait, right? I mean, it's borderline. I mean, wait, no, this is definitely Coombait. Are you kidding me? Of course it's Coombait. Right. I think it's time to do the news, guys. I know this is what you've all been waiting for. Yeah, I refuse to get derailed, but I need to understand what people mean when they say the new player experience is bad. Because you know what? I fucking love the new player experience in WoW, actually. And I also liked it in Guild Wars when I played the game for the first time. I really remember this. Dude, he's actually not depleting. This is cool, actually. Bear in mind, guys, this guy depletes like 80 to 90% of his keys. This is actually not a deplete. I'm not derailing. It's not happening, guys. Where's the news? Here is the news. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. It's an older experience in 2012 compared to now. What? But no, I mean, I don't know. Dude, maybe I'm just a weirdo. Maybe I'm the weirdo. Alright, anyway, okay, here we go. It's news time. Yo. Guys, get ready to say hi to YouTube. I want some staggers in the chat. Some wide ones. So that, you know, like there are frogs. Watching one as dude, his channel is fucking based. This guy's channel is insanely based. His spreadsheet is incredible. Okay, the amount of depletes this guy suffers through is wild. His mental is unbreakable. He's got the strongest mental that exists. I actually really respect it. Unbreakable mental, guys. It's like constant depleting. Monto had to parse all the circles, even in fractals. Wait, that's really interesting. Okay, no, hold that thought. I think you'd enjoy that from a fellow SC2 player. Yeah, but do you know what? Okay, so his criticism... Day9's criticism of WoW was, I have no idea what the fuck's going on. What's happening? But the way I see it is that, yeah, the game's complex. You are gonna be fucking clueless. I think this is actually a bias that happens in experienced players. Like Day9 is obviously a very experienced gamer. Like he's even a very good StarCraft player, of course. Actually, when he was playing competitively. The thing is that I think when you play one game to high level, you know when you suck, right? And I think you're very self-aware when you're playing a new game because you know that you suck. I think it's very difficult to let go of that fact and just kind of enjoy the ride. I think that's where a lot of people who get into MMOs get stuck. Like, this is my theory anyway. Like, it's just that You didn't... I think that people who have this veterancy bias just didn't realize that they were clueless when they learned their first game, right? Like, whenever you learn a new game, you have no fucking idea what's going on. Obviously, you don't. But, yeah. Anyway, I'm not derailing. I am re-railing, guys. It's the news. We are doing the news, guys. It is happening right here, right now. No more derailing. Here it is, guys. We're going over to YouTube. We've got the Homestead Essentials living in Janthir Wild. We've got a little bit of a chat with Andrew Gray and Joel Eckert, two of the designers for the features in Janthir Wild. It's a bit of a kind of a QA setup, actually. Like, ArenaNet have done their own QA. We're excited to answer some essential questions that will help you on your journey to turn a plot of land into a home. Be sure to check out our social media channels for inspiring homestead designs. That's actually really cool, actually. So the devs have made some homesteads they're going to be showing off, and there's a live stream this Friday as well. So definitely stay tuned for all of that stuff as well. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into it. Let's get these questions done. Look at that. That looks quite nice, doesn't it, actually? Look at this little house and little tree growing there. Like some potted plants. Love to see that. Okay, let's take a look. How do I get my homestead? The story of Guild Wars 2 Janthir Wilds will introduce you to the plot of land that you'll tend to and claim as your homestead. Wow. Easy. Simple. How do I access it? Once your homestead is unlocked, you'll have access to a Summon Conjure Doorway Mastery skill. Any character on your account can conjure a doorway and simply step through into the homestead. Funnily enough, isn't that how it is in RuneScape? That's kind of cool, actually. Can friends visit my homestead? Yes, you can invite your party members to your homestead via your conjured doorway. Players who are not in party can use the door to request a party invitation from the door owner, and the owner interacting with the door will initiate the instance transfer countdown. You can even give your visitors permissions to help decorate your homestead. I will actually say I think that's unfortunate. I wish it was kind of squad. It looks like they're basically using the story instance technology, like how DRMs work and actually how the, you know, the training area works actually there. That is a misplay, in my opinion. I think this would have been much better if they'd used the squad system so you could actually invite all of your friends in. Into your homes, especially because it's a pretty large area. It's a large area. I guess they maybe didn't want it to overlap with guild halls too much, or maybe there's some kind of tech concern with having loads of people who can like place decorations and stuff like that. But you can kind of do that. You can kind of do that in the guild hall anyway. I don't know. Like, I'm not a fan of this. I think that's unfortunate. I hope they would actually maybe consider actually changing this down the line, because this kind of story instance party system, it's actually a little bit scuffed, to be honest. Like, it's not the best. Let's put it like that. So that's a shame, actually. Can I return to my original location, the place I entered from, when I exit my homestead? Yes, that's same old, right? That's how a lot of these systems work in the game. You'll find a familiar instance exit button on the lower left right of your screen that will return you to your previous location. This will even persist across sessions. So if you log out and log back into your homestead to take advantage of the homestead's resting bonus upon logging back in, the instance exit button will return you to your last open world location. This will not persist if you visit another instance, though. Yeah, so it will kind of, it won't, like, remember forever. That makes sense. But again, that's very standard. What can I unlock for my homestead? As you progress your homesteading mastery, you'll unlock more rooms. Ah, okay, that's kind of cool. So, like, you know, it's going to open, like, a new area. You get more space, basically, to decorate. You can also unlock improvements to your lumber mill, mine, and farm facilities. Because upgrades and spawns for your personal story home instance carry over to the homestead, you can also collect various gathering nodes, convenience features, and characters like the hungry cats. And finally, you can unlock decorations through the handiwork discipline, which is a refined account-wide crafting ability. It's kind of weird. It's like a extra crafting discipline, but also not really. Which is kind of interesting in this one as well. And yeah, it looks like the mastery system is just going to give you more stuff. And also bear in mind, you're going to have probably additional masteries down the line, like the auto loot that they're going to be adding, right? The auto harvest, that's probably going to be a part of this mastery track. I think it's always good when, like, these masteries are a bit extensible down the line so they can add more features and kind of respond to feedback and so on down the line there as well with all this stuff. So that's pretty good, I think. Can we control what unlocked nodes spawn? No! Just like the home instance. Where do homestead decorations come from? Handiworker is the new crafting discipline that will be used to create decorations. New decorations are unlocked via mastery points spent in the homesteading mastery line. Now, this is actually kind of interesting. They don't explicitly say this, but surely there's going to be decorations that are unlocked from achievements and stuff like that. Like, maybe you're going to need materials from certain content, like in the open world, but I think it would be really cool if you can unlock a decoration by doing some achievements and stuff like that. You can unlock a decoration by, you know, doing the raid. That would be really exciting, right? Like, you can get the little raid chests there as well. So I really hope they have that kind of stuff there as well. So, you know, you get some of this, not just from, you know, pressing the button that upgrades your mastery and crafting it. I think it's going to be really important that you can actually go out in the world and do stuff, right? And get decorations, because obviously there's going to be a bunch of these things in the cash shop, obviously. Well, you know, that's just the way it's going to be. This is how we're fun in Guild Wars 3, guys. Okay, that's where that's coming from. But I do really hope that there is going to be some decorations from gameplay as well. I do think that is a really important feature and a big opportunity they actually have to make some really fun rewards in the expansion. Tell me more about Handiwork, the new personal version of guild scribing. It functions very similarly to scribing, but it's designed and balanced for a single player to be able to craft things on their own. They could probably have a look at reworking Scribe, honestly. It's a bit scuffed. There is a material cost for each copy of a decoration that you craft, but the prices for personal decorations by a Handiworker crafting are significantly lower, yeah, as opposed to being priced at a guild level, of course. Why is Handiworker crafting part of a mastery line and not leveled like other crafting disciplines? Since your Homestead is account bound, we also wanted your Handiworker crafting discipline to be account bound too. That makes a lot of sense, just keeping it in line with how that system is. We want to create a stronger synergy between the content of Guild Wars 2 Janthiel Wilds and your Homestead. So rather than reaching higher levels of the crafting discipline by crafting more decorations inside your Homestead, you'll instead do so by playing the rest of Guild Wars 2 Janthiel Wilds and earning regular experience points. Yeah, I think that's kind of cool. I like that. This is kind of like a good mastery in my opinion. This is like what a mastery should be, you know, a bit like kind of mounts and gliding. It's a bit more attached to the actual game rather than disconnected like some like random thing. Oh yeah, you can press F and it opens a chest. Like it's more of attached to like an actual feature. So this is a good usage of that system, I think. I think one quick note here as well. This is gonna really juice the economy. Like if you check the prices on stuff right now, it's absolutely crazy because of Festival of the Four Winds. But when people are gonna be crafting their decorations, people are gonna go berserk. Okay, it's gonna be a really good time to be farming materials after the expansion drops. Let me tell you that. How do I decorate my homestead? I mean, so it's a good question. The decorate button on the heads-up display. Wow. That activates decorating mode? Oh my goodness. Players have access to various skills in the skill bar, and we showed this. They already saw this in like the PC Gamer article. You can like turn into a bee and fly around. You can like move stuff. You can resize stuff. You can like turn it around. You can X-ray into the ground. All this kind of stuff there as well. And yeah, once again, big demo this Friday. Actually, very cool. We can see some of the devs' own creations as well. I'm really looking forward to what people come up with actually with this kind of stuff. Actually, I think player-generated content is very, very cool. And like if you look at the tools that you've actually provided here, I think people are going to be able to make some pretty insane stuff actually. Like you know, some really wild, really exciting creations in the home instance. How do the characters on my account interact with the homestead? When you exit to the character selection screen while inside your homestead, the character you were playing will be visible in your homestead as an NPC while you play your other characters. These NPC versions of your characters default to one of 3 predetermined locations in the household, based on whether they're soldiers who wear heavy armor, adventurers who wear medium armor, or scholars who wear light armor. I like how you can just ruin that with outfits, by the way. That's very funny. Soldiers are found around the main homestead structure and the entry area near the portal. Adventurers are found on the far side of the river near the main homestead building in the wider area. Scholars are found in and around secluded cave away from the main homestead, which is perfect for concentrating. And you know what's going to happen, guys? People are going to have all of their characters in bikinis. We all know it, guys, okay? That's what's going to be going on. People are going to set up their own personal harem, you know? It's going to be ridiculous. If you approach any of these logged out alternate characters, you can ask them to follow you and lead them elsewhere. When you're ready for them to stay put again, you can ask them to stay and they'll stop. Like this, that's like a crazy in-depth feature. You can like position all your characters about the place. It's kind of cool, actually. With that one, yeah, it's very high effort, right? There's a lot of high effort here. With all the characters that I leave in the homestead when I log out show up, can I control which ones show up or disable them? All characters left within the homestead when you log out will be visible when you're playing other characters. So you can like move your entire group of them. Like, you know, you've got like 60 characters, like slap them all in there, boom. Like they actually have, do you get like a rested bonus for doing this? Like leaving your characters there? They haven't really talked about if you get like bonuses for doing that, like AFKing and Arbison. I feel like you probably will though. That would make sense to me. Can we control the appearance and dyes of mounts in the stable? How are those chosen? Mounts housed within the mount stable will have the same skin and dye settings used by the player's character that is currently accessing the homestead. The skiff's dye and skin are controlled by the same means. Makes sense. Will there be a live stream to show off homesteads? You know what? They should just said no. We're not doing it. We will never go live. But, in fact, that's not the case, guys. There will be a live stream, as we mentioned above. We'll be showing off the design elements and finer details of Homesteads featured on our Twitch channel on August 2nd at Pacific time. I mean, they mentioned the stream like 3 times already. They don't want people to miss this. Pay attention, guys. Okay? Pay attention. All right? Goodness me. And that's actually it. That's the last question. Like, I want to say not a lot of new info here, if I'm being real. It's mostly just a kind of a bit of a recap there and advertising this live stream so we can get some broader details. A couple of little bits of info, right, about like how the crafting is going to work there as well. I'd really want to hear them dig into acquisition, actually. This is a big thing for me. Like, I'm actually planning to go hard on Janthea Wild's launch and maybe even try to 100% the game, like unlock all rewards, all masteries, everything day one. And I really hope that there's going to be a bunch of achievements and collections that you have to go after to unlock some of these decorations. I am really expecting to see a rare drop from the meta event boss that is a decoration. I'm expecting to see a bunch of achievements that have decorations. I really want to see the raid, of course, and convergences having this decoration attached to it as well, in addition to all of the other kind of baseline crafting stuff as well. This is a very powerful system, actually. It's a very powerful system. And I also want ArenaNet to actually address how is this going to work in future expansions? I would love to hear the devs' response to that, because in my mind, if ArenaNet make this locked to Janthea Wilds and they're not making new homesteads, like new locations where you can have your house in the next Guild Wars 2 expansion and kind of so on down the line, that to me is such a big missed opportunity as well. And I'd love to see some maybe reconsideration on using this party system for houses as opposed to the squad system. Again, that might be a technical limitation, and at the end of the day, if that's the case, then that's fair. You know, because tech is tech, right? Like, if it's not going to work, then it's not going to work. But I would really like the ability to go in with more than just a party, and simply to use the superior squad system versus the party system, because squads are just better. They are more functional with that kind of stuff there as well. But yeah, I hope we get some more details in this live stream. I want to hear about future homesteads down the line in other expansions, like decoration, acquisition as well, like all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be really, really important to actually hear about, because again, I don't want to see this being a one-off thing. I think it would be such a huge mistake to actually make homesteads just for Janthea Wilds. I know we all love bears, okay, but look, you know, there's probably more houses we could have about the place. It would even be cool to, like, I could see them even adding, like, new housing locations in the gem store, right? And almost adding it outside of an expansion, like different locations, maybe different locations in Janthea, different locations, maybe even in a previous expansion, right? Like, maybe you can get, like, an apartment in Kaineng City, right? That would be kind of interesting, right? Like, maybe you can have, like, a farm in Kryta or something like that, and you can go and live there. Maybe you can live in the volcano, right, in Ember Bay or something like crazy like that, you know? I think there's a lot of potential with this to make some really interesting stuff, and I hope that ArenaNet capitalize on it, actually, because even though I'm probably not the type of player that is going to be spending loads of time decorating, I'm 100% the type of player that wants to see what people make, right? Like, so I definitely do. I'm going to get engagement out of the system, like, indirectly. I want to see the crates that people create. I want to see all the, you know, the beetle racing tracks that people can come up with, all the really interesting pieces of art, right, and like the decoration stuff. That's really exciting, and I definitely think it's a great way to add rewards to the game too. Like, this to me is like, in a lot of ways, like, kind of like really a good example of horizontal progression, I think, because Guild Wars 2 has always really struggled with rewarding players, right? Like, getting gold rewards is just like, oh, okay, wow, I got 3 gold. Oh, wow, I'm hyped, guys. I'm hyped. Can you guys see how hyped I am for my 3 gold drop? Oh, boy. I think that something like this is a lot more meaningful, you know, like being able to loot a chair that you can put in your house from a boss, or complete an achievement and you can get a little tree that you can plant or something like that, right? And they have a lot of potential to do some, like, proper RP, right? You can go on, like, a big quest and, like, you know, you plant the seed, right? And you, like, nurture this tree and then you can have it in your homestead, right? Like, there's a lot of potential for making, like, really interesting reward structures here, I think, which is something that Guild Wars 2 does struggle with a little bit, I think. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. So there you go. Looking forward to the live stream. But that is the news. I like how it once again tells you to pre-purchase Guild Wars 2 Janthea Wilds so you can be the Homesteader. Wow. It's time, guys. Okay, you even get Serpent's Pauldron, Serpent's Wrath skin. I don't even know what that is, but you get it. Buy the game using my referral link, guys. Follow YouTube and Twitch so you can watch the stream with me on Friday. Leave your comments. And let me know what you think. Like the video too and subscribe. That's it. We're done. We're out, YouTube. Okay? We love you very, very much. The Twitch chat appreciates you. Okay? They're putting the emotes. They love our interactions, our time together. But until next time, we're out of here. Take it easy, YouTube. We'll see you next time. Boom. We're out. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that article, not a lot going on there, no? I feel like that's, you know, there's not much happening. Also, wait, did Plenix say in my chat a while ago, that he's breaking to Sarus? Okay, VOD review initiates immediately. VOD review is now. Okay, let's take a look. Alright, here we go. So here we go. We have Double Herald, Plenix on Chrono, Linker on Druid, Double Scourge, Quadruple Virtuoso. I like this. I like... Do you like what you see? I do. What the... Wait, we have a 25k DPS Doguoso. Very interesting. And one rev is 5k DPS below the other rev. Okay. I assume this is not... yeah, this is just regular CM, but this is not an LCM scenario. Okay, so we're going to be doing the Scourge Portal here, I think. Yep, there we go. Taking the Scourge Portal. And then we take it back. Oh, someone took it back too early. That's a bit unfortunate. Free stack there. Unlucky. And now we pump. We're healing. Yeah, Plenix runs the res trait. I don't think this is... I need to force Plenix to not run the res trait. I feel like it's not the way. Take the ads out. There we go. But he has 6 gluttony stacks. He actually orbed really hard. He's actually dying to the gluttony debuff. Dude, why do people do this? People always don't spread enough. People play this so greedy. It's not even greedy. They just play it bad, actually, no? Look how close everyone was there. Jump the beam. Okay. And this really doesn't look too bad so far. Where do people start feeding? Maybe the ads get in or something. Okay. So now we've got to deal with these ads. Can jump the beam? You can, yeah. Only the fast one, though, on Envy, not the regular one. Because now we have the Cancer Collect. He's going to blink here to try and delete an orb. And then go back in. The Rev got hit, but that's fine. That's probably intentional, even. Okay. Now we have this set of ads. Okay. Wait, how do we wipe here? This is fine. It must be just be 10%. Damage is actually okay. It's a little low, but it's playable. Oh, it's the line. Look how greedy people... Look at this greed! I guess they're vert, so it doesn't matter, but... It's very greedy. Okay. We jump. And this is fine. Like, how do they not kill here? How do they wipe? It can't be possible. There's no way they don't wipe here. This is piss. And they have Druid and Chrono, too. So sub 10% is, like, mega easy for them. Yeah, Yeah, they have to. Yeah, they have to do the Scourge portal here, then bait the beam. Okay. Boom. Yep. They have to hold damage. They have to hold now. Okay. They have to, yeah, they actually really want to get these. They have 6 stacks. Oh, they have 8 stacks now. That does not feel good. It's still doable on regular CM though. Okay, when do they need to phase? They need to go... They need to phase now. Oh, no, the ad's gonna get in? No! Oh my god, the ads are god! 23 stacks! Sarus, the Breaker. Oh my god. Holy shit. Man, that's so unfortunate. Deplete. That is a deplete, guys. That is an immediate deplete. Broken. Yeah, having percent HP would be really nice in that type of situation, for sure. Not having it does not feel good. Sarus won over the frogs today. 0.9. Are you doing legendary or embodiment? What's the deal? What do you care about DPS? gw2 is so easy. Well, to be fair, that is the only fight that has a DPS check. So there kind of is that. Yeah. That's how it goes. I'm logging back in. Ellie only run. Yeah, I actually I am gonna be doing some pretty epic gaming, guys. The first Project Fungo operation is going to be 10 Elementalist Sarus CM. A nice little warm-up. I think that will be a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun here and there, guys. But yeah, we are going to be doing 10 LE Sarus. I'm pretty sure the play is... Yeah, it's going to be 8 Tempest. It's going to be 6 Fresh Air Power Tempests. Double Heal Tempest, obviously. And then double Power Quickness Catalyst, right? LCM. Probably not LCM. I think LCM probably is doable, actually, but we'll definitely try CM first. Yeah, it'll be like 2 Quickness Catas. I think what's going to be really interesting is actually how quick is it going to die at 10%? So hang on, guys. If everyone holds their burst and you do like the actual proper burst opener on Sarus at 10%, like, doesn't it die like ridiculously fast? Like really, really fast? Because he only has, like, at 10%, he has what? 10 million HP, right? Because he, yeah, 10 million. Yeah, 10 million. Because the boss has 100 million. 10% of that is 10 million. So surely if you do, like, an actual, like a proper burst opener, doesn't it die in, like, 15 seconds? Am I wrong? Like, doesn't it die, like, mega fast? If you do, like, the actual opener? Maybe not. Nah, it won't be 15 seconds, but it will die really fast. It will die like 30 seconds, I think. Which is kind of interesting. I think. It might work better than you might expect. Should be pretty fast. Heal Kata might be better at 10%. I think Heal Tempest is actually a bit... It's a little bit underrated, to be honest. It's good at healing. It's a bit weaker on the utility side of it, but... And you've got Rebound. You're going to be able to heal quite a lot. You could even play Staff, maybe. You can maybe play Staff. Yeah. Do you want to play Staff? Nah, you actually don't. I think Dagger with Caracosa Relic is going to be really good, right? Because you have the extra blast finisher on Air 2 now. Like, Air 2 is a blast finisher. You get a guaranteed blast on Frozen Burst as well. So it's high value, guys. Very high value. I'm doing the race. It's time. Let's go. Oh, with Q-Kata running Empowered everyone's Sand Squall, big DPS increase if you do so. Yeah. I mean, I think we can come up with some interesting stuff like that. Because yeah, we're gonna have 8 Warhorns, right? 8 Warhorns. So a lot of boon extension. The only issue is though is that you don't go into Earth. What you wouldn't the Tempest would kind of have to cut themselves a little bit because you just don't go. You never go Earth, right? You only play water and fire. Is Warhorn on Catalyst bad? I think you play Hammer on the Quickness build, but I'm not actually totally sure. 10 Warhorns? No, I thought you play Hammer on Quickness Kata. Or do you play Sword? Staff is doable since Power Tempest will carry Might hard. I'm not sure if Staff's even better though, actually. That's the thing. Like, do you really want to... Well, I mean, you heal a lot on Staff, but you kind of heal a lot on regular Tempest as well, actually. You got to play your cards right, but Tempest is a bit underrated. You have to play it right, but I think it's quite good. It's decent anyway. In terms of healing, it's decent. Going to Warn sometimes? Yeah. You can Sword or Hammer. Yeah. I guess it depends, like, which setup you is going to give you better uptime. But you know what's actually interesting, guys? I'm pretty sure we do greens, right? Isn't it going to be better to do green? We get better uptime, no? Especially at 10% if we do green instead. Because we basically do how we did on launch, right? We're going to, instead of teleporting behind the beam, we go to the side, form a line, dodge forwards, right? And then just run past and then play the green. I have no proof, but I suspect going Earth instead of Fire for Sand Squall and everyone and running Empowered Elements on Quick Strikes more DPS than Hammer Cannon and going Fire. Maybe, yeah. You don't do greens, it's not a Sarus. That's a little bit toxic, Trig. Man, Trig is such an elitist. This guy hasn't even done Embodiment of Sin. This guy says he's good at Guild Wars 2, and he hasn't even done Embodiment of Sin. That's actually crazy. Oh yeah, I need to begin ranked grind soon as well. Ranked is coming, guys. Prepare for ranked gameplay. Ranked PvP. Man, I really want to study the NA meta, actually. I really, really do, actually. Because what's so interesting to me right now is the NA meta is very different in PvP. It actually is very different. Because... like, I need to actually do VOD review, but I believe they play Thief completely differently to EU. Completely differently. I think they have, like, a Bunker Buster. They have, like, the Leap Dodge, right? Daredevil. Like, full DPS, basically. And they use it to bust the Chrono, pretty much. And they team fight with, like, mega aggressively. They play, like, Reaper, and they play the Thief, and they just Bunker Bust, like, the entire time. Very interesting approach. I kind of like it. It's very aggressive, actually. It's pretty fucking high energy, actually, with that, which is very interesting. Whereas EU is kind of playing the more... EU is playing the more traditional, I guess, version of Thief, kind of having the rotational element being the focus, right? Like, really utilizing those Deadeyes to get around the map quickly, and, of course, the Spectre and the Daredevil as well. Yeah. Wouldn't you want Weavers because Bolt to the Heart is big on last 10%? I mean, I mean, yeah, you could. Thing is, I feel like on Weaver you'll lose uptime. Like with the Fresh Air Tempest build, I think you have. I think with the Fresh Air Tempest, you have like a really good access to like keeping uptime while also moving a little bit. So I think that that's why you'd maybe want to go in that kind of direction. But I think both would work. I wouldn't be opposed to having Weavers. I think it would be fine, actually. And yeah, Weaver also does have a very good burst as well. So it wouldn't be bad at all. I think it would be perfectly viable to play a Power Weaver as well. But I think if you were playing Weaver, you'd probably play Condi, right? Wait, would you? No. Maybe it depends on your comp a little bit. Yeah, Temis is also mega tanky as well, which is kind of nice. Actually, wait, hang on. How does Soothing Power work? Will the Heal Tempest Soothing Power get overwritten by the dogshit Soothing Power? I actually don't know how that works. We might have to not run Soothing Power for that reason. So you're going to have to run Powerful Aura then, instead. Well, that's fine. I mean, you get... that's actually fine, because it means you could even run a different ability instead of Feel the Burn, because you'll get all your aura uptime you need from that. That's quite unfortunate. Yeah, you lose 300 vitality, so that's actually not ideal. Yeah, maybe you end up running fire instead, because fire is about the same deep. Well, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter that much, does it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could take Lightning Flash, right? Like, all the Ellies could take Lightning Flash instead. So you can take the ads out, right? You can, like, Lightning Flash out if you get the ad. Which would actually be really good, right? Because, okay, my logic with, the approach for this setup, by the way, it would be... You don't even bother immobilizing the ads. I'm pretty sure the cleave from 6 Fresh Air Tempests just, like, absolutely nukes the ads from orbit. And you can even drop them relatively close. Like, you want to stack them, right? You're going to stack the ads, like, all 3 of the players are going to go together. But I'm pretty sure the ads will just get absolutely destroyed by how much AoE you're going to have, like, with all of the Scepter abilities going off and the air overloads. And I think the Katas are going to have good AoE as well, right? Like, the Quickness Katas are also going to have reasonable AoE potential. Yeah, you can just, like, Lightning Orb them. Yeah, you just, like, Lightning Orb the ads. They just die instantly. Getting absolutely destroyed. So, yeah, it just might be a Lightning Flash angle. But, I mean, yeah, I think you can still run Water, because you can just run Powerful Aura. You just play Powerful Aura, no? Because then you just get... Then you can drop Feel the Burn. And you end up just having, like, more, you know, you have more aura uptime. You can compensate for dropping Feel the Burn by having Powerful Aura. So you keep your Tempestuous Aria up. Why not? Why do you need the water? You don't need Soothing Power. Like, Soothing Power is like a free trait. You don't need it. Yeah, you just share the aura. Easy. I'm 90% sure you're wrong. Wait, what do you need? What do you need Soothing Power for rotationally? I mean, it definitely sucks. It feels bad not to have it, but I don't think it changes the rotation if you don't have Soothing Power, right? I don't see how it could possibly change the rotation. The healer and Soothing Power. Well, no. It does because it's a free trait. I know it does. Yes, I like this build. I play this build, but I don't think drop it. I don't think you can drop it for free. Basically, you can run Powerful Aura instead, and then that allows you to drop Feel the Burn pretty easily. And you can play like we obviously can play fire, right? Like that's obviously possible. And yeah, for heal Tempest, you absolutely play Soothing Power. That trait is fucking good. It's actually insanely good. You basically have like 1k healing every second, pretty much, to everyone in your party. Is insanely strong. Gives us an overwrite healing Tempest even without Soothing Power for your water. Oh yeah, it might not even help. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, that's kind of unfortunate, isn't it? Well, maybe that doesn't matter actually. Maybe that's fine. Oh, no, I guess we'll have to experiment. But I guess maybe you are forced to play fire. That's actually a real shame. That would be a shame, actually. I mean, look, you're not going to fail the healing check either way. The healing check is piss. Like, the Tempest will shit all over that. Yes. How do you plan Howling Malices? I'm pretty sure we can just lightning flash out with them and just cleave them. And just destroy them. I think, anyway. I don't see why we couldn't. I believe that will give us the damage we need. Good evening, VCS. The heal from attune to water. Yeah, that is pretty good, actually. Like a little AoE heal whenever you attune. It's going to be pretty strong with 3 of them in each sub, actually. It's going to be... Dude, you get so much fucking self-sustain. Holy shit. It's so good. Actual mega value. Mega value. New player experience and me to pause the circles. So here's the thing. Like, oh yeah, okay. Would you run Signet or Wash the Pain Away on the DPS? I think definitely Signet. I think you just pack on self-sustain there. Like that build actually has a lot of very good self-sustain, so I'd go Signet. Dude, you could fucking run Glyph of... Dude, you could run the Iceman. Holy shit. Dude, all the Tempest could run the Iceman. And, like, spam crashing waves. What the fuck? Yo. That's actually so good. You could even have some of the DPS run Rebound instead. And, like, Rebound. Rebound. You could have, like, you could alternate Tempest rebounding stuff. So, what I was going to say about the whole new player experience is that I really need to understand what people mean when they say the new player experience is horrible. Because, like, this is the way that I read it. When you play a new game, you are clueless. You have literally no idea how any of it works. Like, you are a mega noob. There's just no other way around it. Like, you are going to be complete dog shit. But here's the thing. I feel like that's always the case. Like, what game is that not the case in? You know? I think, like, okay, so here's the example, right? If you ask me, do I think I have a good mechanical understanding of World of Warcraft? I would just flat out say no to you. I've been playing for a year, and I think my mechanics are mediocre at best. And for context, again, like, I've done cutting-edge Mythic raiding, and I've got the Mythic Plus 0.1% title every single time. But I know that my mechanics aren't good. I look at actual good players, and I go, oh yeah, I'm way worse than these people. It's not even close. I'm not even in the same category as these people, not really. Like, I know that I'm not actually good mechanically at the game. But... Yes, of course. Yes, obviously. Right, like, that... Of course that's the case. That can't not be the case. Yeah. So, I don't know exactly what people mean when they say, like, the experience is very negative, because... I think it's all a matter of perspective. Like, if you compare yourself to, like, the best players in the game, which I think is fine to do, by the way, then... then obviously, yeah, you're not exactly going to show up super hot, if we're being honest, but, like, yeah, when you play a new game, it will take you years to actually be good at it. Like, being good at video games is extremely non-trivial. It really is. You know what I mean? It really is non-trivial. Not level you are in WoW, but full wins being up when I started last year or so. And yeah, for sure. Zero to Hero Run. The new play experience is amazing. So many different groups are helpful and friendly. Raw multiplies your skill, not the clicking buttons part. I mean, yeah, that is, you know, clicking buttons is definitely a good start, though. That's for sure. But what I mean by this is, like, when people say, like, I found watching Day 9 to be incredibly interesting because people are like, Day 9 criticized the new player experience in WoW a lot. And I think his criticisms regarding the story are definitely valid because, I'm not gonna lie, the story experience in retail WoW is incredibly disjointed. It is a bit odd, if I'm being honest here. It is very unusual. It's a bumpy ride, right? Like, once you get into it, I think it's actually rather good. I actually really enjoyed playing through the Battle for Azeroth story, but it is disjointed. There are major criticisms you can level there. Like, another really big one is the game does not give a fuck about chronological ordering whatsoever. Like, when you play through an expansion, it hits you with every single quest and every single bit of content that they added you to the game at the same time. Like, after you play through the main story, it hits you with every follow-up patch at the same time. I actually have no idea if I even played through BFA chronologically. I genuinely don't know. Because I just, like, picked the first one that I came up to, like, after the main story. I have no idea, to be honest. But, and I think that's definitely legitimate. When it comes to, like, the actual gameplay experience, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really have much of a problem with it. You know, it is what it is. Like, yeah, when you play the game for the first time, you go, what the fuck is going on? I have, like, 40 different abilities. How can I even possibly begin to press all of these at the same time? Like, this is crazy. But then you go, well, you know what? I'm just gonna do my best and blast. And, like, the game does not punish you for being bad. Like, you are not really gonna have a rough time. Like, if you're, like, queuing up for, like, normal dungeons, if you're fucking dog shit, it really does not matter, right? Like, you will get through it and you'll see some big numbers and you'll probably have a good time, right? And I think it's very much the same with, like, Guild Wars as well. It's like, yeah, like, it definitely is a bit of a fiesta, like, learning the game as a new player, but I mean, of course it is, right? Like, it's a video game. There's a lot going on there. It's highly complicated. Like, it's definitely not going to be easy. Well, not even that it's not going to be easy, but you know, there's a lot to learn. It's not really about, like, even the difficulty. Like, yeah, there's a huge amount of information to absorb. To feel comfortable with Guild Wars 2. Yeah. I definitely feel the same thing about WoW. I don't think I'm gonna feel comfortable with WoW for years, to be honest. Not really, anyway. Or not in a way that I'll be satisfied with. But my point here actually is kind of like a bit of a meta commentary here, I think. I think that when you play an MMO for the first time, or any game, like whenever you play your first game that you put a lot of hours into, like whenever you go over like 2K hours on your first ever game, that raises your expectation for yourself in a way. So when you play a new game, you're very, very aware that basically you're dog shit, right? Like you're highly aware that you aren't a good player. And so you go, wow, this is really intense. Like I feel like I'm really, really bad. And you're absolutely right. Like you are really, really bad when you play a new game. But I think that's kind of an inevitable consequence of having played any game and learning any game. Like, when you play your first ever video game, you don't know what it's like to know, right? You don't know what you don't know when you play your first ever game. But after that, you know exactly what you don't know. And I really do see that with what happened with Day 9. Like, Day 9 is a player who's played MMOs. Day 9 is a player who's played games competitively. With StarCraft 2, of course, right? And StarCraft 1 even, actually, like, you know, the original Brood War, right? Like, he knows what it is to understand a game. And as a result of that, he understands the negative. He knows what it's like, or he knows what it looks like to not understand the game. And like, when you know what you don't know, that is a pretty intense experience. Like, you know, knowing that you suck, like being aware that you don't understand, being aware that there is a vast gulf of information that you need to learn to even get to grips with the basics of the game, right? Yeah, I think this happens with people who have played other games before. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, I think you have to kind of... You just have to deal with that. I don't know, like, I think that will happen in every single game. Every single complicated game that has a high skill cap, which is basically all of them, like, you're always going to feel this way. I think that this kind of this psychological veteran bias, I don't know, I have to come up with a better name maybe, but like veterancy bias, this is why people get stuck in games. This is why people don't move on to other games and they get stuck here forever. It's because they have a veterancy bias. It's a bit uncomfortable to go into a situation where you don't know, where you know that you don't know. Knowing that you don't know can be really intense. And I think that channeling it in a positive way is actually really key to, like, learning new games and getting into new games. Like, I think relishing that and kind of enjoying that and going, wow, this is awesome that I don't know this. And I've got a lot to learn, right? I have this potential for growth. I think that is actually really important when it comes to... you know, when it comes to actually enjoying new experiences and, like, not getting trapped and, like, locked into only playing the same game forever. Ow. Dude, the boss is fucking retail, dude. Like, giga retail. It's crazy. Snab's linked a tweet. Let's take a look. Ah, yes, dude. Last pull podcast with ArenaNet Cameron, ex-ArenaNet Cameron, leaking everything about Guild Wars 2. Feels good. There it is. I'm rebirding. Also, daily reminder that Snab is toxic. Enjoy. Snab is toxic, guys. We all know it, do we not? What's this image here? Thanks for... Wait, this game is a big shit. No esport is normal. ArenaNet is a big shit. Look at this possibility of build. Yeah, wait, what even is this? ArenaNet game is no esport and it's normal. Your mode... Wait, what is this? What is the context here? I not insult you, me, MF. And good game. Congratulations. You are very good on a video game. What is the context here? Build for cheater. Unranked PvP versus Hammer Vindicator. Interesting. Very, very interesting content. Yo, wait, Planix, no, don't break. Planix, are you broken? Don't break, Planix. Do not break. Hold on. Mentally hold yourself. Don't do this. Try WoW. Everything felt great. So I seriously got up so bad. GC. Felt me. I can't play. You have to get. Honestly, you have to get used to it. Like, the game is just fundamentally different. Like, I actually have a take on this as well. In my opinion, every single game feels terrible when you're learning it. Like, it's gonna feel clumsy. It's gonna feel clunky. It's gonna feel awkward. Every game is like this, right? When you're learning. Especially if you've actually played another game before, like, you know, your experience in another game, and you're even relatively good at a game, you are going to, it's gonna feel unbelievably clumsy, right? It just is, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I think this is just another thing that you kind of have to get over, to an extent. You have to just go, you know what? This is gonna feel pretty rough. It's gonna feel clunky. It's gonna feel clumsy, but I know it will. It will. I felt the same about WoW. Like, yeah, I felt like I was playing with, you know, like only 3 fingers, right? For like the first, like, you know, first couple of weeks. But of course, I don't know how to pilot the game. I don't know how to control the game. Of course it's going to feel that way, obviously. It can't not. It has to. How frequent is the meta changing Guild Wars 2? Not super frequently, to be honest. I got a Chak. Yo! I mean, you can sell it directly on the trading post for 10k probably, or if you want to make it a little bit more than that, or maybe trade it for something else, you can go to the trading Discord, like Overflow Trading Company. Yeah. Took me an embarrassing amount of time to stop cancelling Ranger Axe 5 with movement. Yeah, it's because you have to. There's like some like weird stuff with you can. It's because of aftercast. You can get baited by aftercast a little bit, like because you want to stop like earlier than you think, but also not, right? Because of the way that the animations work. So there definitely is like some gimmicks that you have to get your head around. When I learned Guild Wars, so I felt like I was the clumsy one. With WoW, I felt like the game was, and I was being constrained. Not saying I never get past it. It wasn't super enjoyable. I mean, to be honest, I don't really feel that way about the game anymore. It definitely feels like that. It definitely feels that way at the beginning, but you just have to fundamentally play the game in a different way. Like, because of the global cooldown, basically every ability has a cast time at the end of it after the action has taken place. It's like the opposite of Guild Wars 2. So you have to really change your mindset. You have to go from, I'm going to use this ability to, I need to wait for an action and respond. Like, you need to be very reactive in WoW. You need to know when something's going to be coming, and then you react. Then it's incredibly responsive. Like, you get massively rewarded for managing your global cooldowns correctly, and then it ends up being very, very smooth. It's like, okay, I need to cast an AoE stop in 3 seconds. I need to go DPS ability, hold for half a GCD, use my stop, resume. You just have to play the game very differently. It's just a completely different gameplay style. It's like the opposite of how Guild Wars 2 plays. Because it is literally the opposite. A global cooldown is all of your abilities have a cast time after you cast them, whereas Guild Wars 2, everything has a cast time leading up to it. 205 GC, it drives you bonkers. You know, here's the thing. A lot of people said this about Stagger in New World, but I am now a 1,000,000% Stagger simp, actually, in the video game New World. Removing Stagger, like, Stagger felt fucking awful when I was learning the game in New World. It was like, bro, this is fucked up. I suck. I'm getting fucking farmed. This is like a living hell. But once you actually learn how the system works, holy fuck, dude. Stagger made that game so much better. Removing Stagger, it made New World indescribably less fun, in my opinion. It is so much worse now, actually. Now that you don't have to really worry about being staggered in PvP, it made the game so much less interesting, actually, from a PvP standpoint in particular. Like, I understand why New World did it. Like, Stagger is a very toxic system to new players because it makes, like, learning the game, like, so punishing. Like, here's an example that some of you guys might be aware of, right? People thought the Hatchet was really OP in New World because it could kind of stagger lock you. It couldn't, by the way. Stagger was actually like the worst PvP weapon in the game, actually. There was this British guy actually called the Duelist. He actually beat people with the Hatchet using level 1 wooden sword and no armor, right? Because the Hatchet was actually very bad, in particular against one of the meta PvP weapons, at least for dueling, which was sword and shield. Because all you had to do was wait for them to break your block. That gives you your endurance back, and then you can counterattack. Like, all you needed to do to basically outplay the quote-unquote broken weapon was to understand how the combat actually worked, right? Which is, I don't know, just kind of an interesting thing, I think. I'm just doing all these achievements, right? I have to kill all these bandits. I think I have to go in before the boss splits, right? I think you have to, like, go in now and kill them, right? Format not working. Story is mid at best. Core and Living World Season 1. Traits that give you buffs that you have no idea what they do. Afterwards. After 2 years of raiding, I have no idea what resolution is. Well, I mean, you could have moused over it, to be fair. No smooth conversion to endgame with level 80. Dungeons speedrun my vets, fracks and strikes. Meta builds or kick. That, I'm not gonna lie, Burzos, that's not true. you are not going to get kicked for not running a meta build in Strikes. Dude, there's no gear check. How are people even going to fucking know? Like, you're not getting kicked from Icebrood Saga 5, okay, for not playing a meta build. I definitely hear with... If we think the story is mid, I think that's actually fair. I think the world is really good. I think the world is really good. I will say that. So in other words, I think that, you know, going out and exploring and doing little quests, I think it's really good. I like hearts, actually. Like, I like hearts more than... Maybe more than I should. I think they're actually rather good. But, yeah. Dude, you're not even going to get kicked on fucking Heal Blades one, okay? Most of the time, anyway. But, yeah. The GCD versus cast time debate. What is it? Yeah. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I actually do think... I do prefer animation-oriented stuff, if I'm being honest with you. I think Guild Wars 2 system is actually just, like, fundamentally superior, but I actually think the WoW system is very smooth, actually. Like, once you learn how to pilot the WoW system, it's very, very smooth. What's actually interesting, this is going to be an interesting take. I think WoW is very... punishing if you make a mistake. Certainly from the tank perspective, there are just those times where I go, fuck, I greeted by one GCD and now I'm dead. Right? Like, that happens to me a lot when I make mistakes in tanking. It's like, dude, I greeted one GCD and I died. It's like very punishing. I think Guild Wars 2 system is actually a lot more forgiving in this regard, like because of the way it is. You can, especially because you can like cancel animations. It's like much more forgiving. Yeah. GCD is like 0.75. Yeah, the GCD is pretty fast in WoW as well, actually. Especially when you're hasted. Like, when you have haste, it's like very, very fast. Like, even without haste, though, it's pretty damn quick, actually. It's like less than a second. Yeah. Yeah. Global code must be much easier to code. I'm not sure if it actually necessarily is. I mean, the reason the GCD exists is pretty much purely because of technical limitations back in the day. How do you feel about rooted casting? I think it can make sense in games. I think it makes sense for certain abilities, even in games like Guild Wars 2. I think it's actually a good way to kind of balance the game, in a sense. Because, like, if you have a spell that requires you to stand still to cast it, you can make it, like, really juicy, like, really powerful. Like, stuff like forced movement, you know, if you have to, like, fully commit, like, something like 100 Blades, right? Like, you've got to, like, really just stand still and commit to this ability. Or, like, Whirling Defense on Ranger. I think this gives you kind of license to make these abilities really powerful. For sure, like, that type of thing. Open world raids and strikes have interest in the world versus 1 PP. I don't have a single waypoint. I look, no matter how it's Warclaw. I mean, I don't know. World versus was based. Like, I feel like you got a good start there. Yeah. GC is global cooldown. You mess up your opening, you'll forget millions of damage. Same for Rogue. Yeah, it's actually, it's kind of crazy how brutal you get punished for fucking up your GCDs in WoW, actually. It's, like, very punishing. Like, if your opener goes even a little bit wrong, you're going to lose so much damage, actually. And, you know, funnily enough, I actually don't think Guild Wars 2 is as punishing as WoW in this regard. I think making a mistake in a WoW rotation can actually fuck you, like, very hard, especially in AoE situations. Like in like keys when you're doing like really big pulls, you can actually lose so much damage with like relatively small mistakes. Like Guild Wars 2, I think it's relatively easy if you understand like your build and your rotation. It's relatively easy to recover. Like you know your opener might get screwed, but you can like recover pretty well and like get back up to really good DPS. I think that's again like because of the way the combat system works. Like the combat system is inherently like you know you can like course correct a bit easier, I think. Yeah. I think, like, isn't the lowest possible GCD 0.5 seconds? You still playing Purging Flames? Bro, I do what I want, okay? I do what I please, Green Death. I don't play your meta builds, bro. I don't play meta, dude. I play off meta. How is Purging Flames trash? Purging Flames is like one of the most iconic skills in the game. You guys are cringe. Like, you're actual cringe. Magrus mains Dragon Hunter, dude. He literally mains that shit. You can't call me out, bro. The Wolves of Warclaw acquisition? I guess it's fine. Oh, wow. Look who it is. It is NetEase Dev Lincolnshire, which formerly, well, many people will know this gamer as ArenaNet Paul, I believe, is who we're dealing with here. Yeah. It has been a while. Yep. Yes. Yeah, you seen the news? They're going back to raids in here in Guild Wars, right? Making a new game. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, for those who don't know, guys, actually, Paul, he's been all over the place, actually. Worked on, I'm sure many of you guys have played this game, actually. Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Okay, right? It was actually, in part, Paul was involved in that, actually. Marvel Rivals. Oh, I think I've actually, I think I've seen this game advertised, actually. Interesting. Oh, there you go, then. Whoa! Oh, I think I just went on the website. It's playing me music. There you have it. Oh, very cool. A superhero team-based PvP shooter. Well, there you have it. We're doing the MCU Valorant, I guess. How about that, guys? Or Overwatch. Yeah, MCU Overwatch as well. And I think the Warclaw acquisition's fine. Like, smoothing it out is probably for the best. In fact, it's definitely for the best. Overwatch is dead. Every game is dead. To the rates, yeah, for sure. I'm definitely interested to see what they've what they've got going on actually in Guild Wars. I think the expansion looks pretty interesting. Looks pretty interesting. Let's see what they've cooked up. Anka jumps out. Roleplay build? Yeah, guys, I am role-playing. Guild Wars 2 is alive and well. Why are you putting Smudge there for that? Has own universe game. Riplock in a MOBA? yeah, that's maybe a little ambitious. Yeah. Man, it is actually so hot. Dude, this is absolutely disgusting. Like, this is terrible, guys. Like, my hair is actually wet right now. This is... I mean, you guys can... Well, you can definitely see it. You can't really see how wet my skin is, actually. It is absolutely disgusting. Like, my mouth... I need to actually get a towel for my mouse at this point. This is not good. This is extremely not good, guys. Why are you laughing at me? I got purging flames in real life right now. Whew. New affix. When in combat, Zelatar tears open rifts that devour the essence of players. The rift unleashes its energy after 15 seconds, healing all enemies in combat. The rift collapses if it is dispelled or players receive enough healing. Bro! What the fuck? What is this affix? Huh? Is it warm in the UK? I mean, it's not. It is pretty warm in the UK right now, but it's mostly I'm in a pretty small. It's warm outside, and I'm in a small room with 2 PCs. So it is absolutely melting in here, actually. Yeah, but yeah, still the UK. But yeah, it is pretty toasty, honestly. It is pretty toasty. Okay, this affix is gonna destroy people, dude. Like, this is actually gonna completely annihilate people when that gets added to the game. Very nice. Very nice. I am the pirate purger, guys. I have purged the pirates. Check that out. Wait, you will be broken! Dude, the centaurs! It's here as well! Breaking is here as well. Yeah, Angels knows what I'm talking about, the way. Angels has actually been in this room. Although it was actually even worse, by the way. Angels was actually at my place to run Master of the Arena 1. And we actually had... Wait, how many PCs did we have in here, actually? It was... I think it was 3, right? I think we just had an extra PC. Because Jernert was here as well. My brother was here too. So it was 3 humans, which is body heat, obviously. Like 3 humans with body heat. We also had 3 PCs, 4 monitors, right? It was absolutely fucking wild, right? It was warm. Let's put it like that. It was really intense in here. It was really intense. Imagine the smell. I mean, I actually don't think the smell was that bad. Maybe I'm just not that sensitive to it, but it was definitely warm. Sniffer! Yeah. Personal sauna? Oh, yeah. It absolutely was. I've only been in a sauna once, actually. It was after I swam in the lake. I don't know if you guys have ever swum in the lake, but I swam in a lake in November, and I don't know what the temperature actually was in the lake, but it was actually so cold that I felt cold for the rest of the day. It was actually really unusual. Like, so when I went in the shower, right, after swimming in the lake, and my skin was warm, right? I could feel my skin was warm, but I could feel, like, my bones almost. Or, like, you know, under my skin. Like, you know, like, I could feel that I was still cold. All, like, for the entire day, actually. It was a really interesting experience. I haven't really felt anything like it. Yeah, I was chilled to the bone. Exactly. Yeah, I could really perceive that I almost had, like, 2 layers of temperature almost. Because, like, I could feel my external temperature was going up, but I still felt internally cold for pretty much, like, the rest of the day. Very interesting.
Here comes the rain of hay.
Now, we don't have AC in the UK because the thing is that nobody bothers to have it installed here because it's only... You'd only really use the air conditioning for... I mean, maybe a month a year. Not even that, really. It's, like, less than a month, really, when it's actually, like, quite warm. How long were you in the lake? I think probably around 2 hours in total. Ish. You only use have heat installed, and that makes sense, probably for the same reason, right? You know, if you're in a warmer part of the world, you know, you might not necessarily need to have, you know, additional warmth very often. Yeah. Thoughts on Dr. Disrespect comeback tweet? I don't think I really, I'm not super interested in engaging with that. Global warming, if you're using it, yeah, you're not wrong on this. So yeah, if things are getting hotter, then we're in trouble. Yes. I need to learn a little bit about multiversus, guys, which is kind of like it's like Smash, but with Warner Bros. Characters, actually, I guess. Because Helseth is roping me in to carry the EU scene over in that game. It's gonna be fun. Need to go and run some tournaments in that game, apparently. We're going esports, guys. Carry the Fallout 76 EU scene? I don't think so. I don't think so, Jester. Not going into that game. I'm not buying any Todd games, Jester. It's not happening. Very nice. Very good. Need you in NA first. Don't worry, guys. I'm coming to NA. I'm going to save NA. If you guys seriously think that I can't save NA, I'm sorry. You're simply coping. NA will actually be higher DPS than EU by the time I'm done with it. There it is. I said it, guys. I went there. I went there. I'm not afraid to go there. I'm really not. Big claims. I mean, these are big claims, yeah. Let him cook? Yeah, just let me cook, guys. Let me cook. NA is going to cook your brain. No, 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 no. NA is going to do top DPS. Even more cope than 1k Dragon's End. I'm still coping on 1k Dragon's End, man. Like, I will eventually do 1k Dragon's End. It's going to happen, guys. Players got helpers. I think he did get some helpers. Yeah, Linker was helping. But unfortunately, just he came in here and he put Despairger. That's the issue. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think today Sarus won. I think Sarus kind of snapped him in half. Which is a bit unfortunate. I believe he broke to Sarus. Man doesn't give up. It's a bit of a problem. Look, I can't stop thinking about the gold thing, guys. I'm obsessed. I need to learn about the gold thing. Like, how do people not think they're earning gold? But like, I was even. I'm actually gonna do deep investigation into like literal. I will never even interact with another player gold farming, okay? Like, I have to do it. I have to do, like, deep research into what if I want to play Guild Wars 2 without ever talking to another human being? Like, how do I do that? How do I play the game if that's my interaction with it, you know? But, you know, the conclusion I've come to, I don't even think that's even that bad. Like, if you solo tier 4 fractals, which, by the way, is not even remotely difficult, like, you'll still get pretty decent gold per hour. I guess some of the fractals are kind of, well, some of them are kind of slow to solo, I guess, but like, it's all very doable. Yeah. What they're buying, how quickly they're hitting events. I've seen they buy trash and simply ZAPM. It's possible. Swamp solo. I mean, yeah, that one. I mean, you just have to do the portals, right? To do it. A bit cancer. Like, what classes can you do it on? Can you do it on every class, or do you have to play Mesmer or something? Any class can do it. Not impossible to solo that one. I mean, you can definitely solo the bot. Wait. Oh, can you solo the boss, though? Maybe you can. Maybe with some kind of, like, complex portal setup. Because you have to put all 4 of the orbs back in, right? Oh, revive orb? But, I mean, you can't revive every time. That's illegal. I mean, maybe you can probably do it with Mesmer, though. With Blink, Mimic, Blink, and Portal, right? Do the end boss? I think it's doable. Feels doable. Cause you Mimic, Blink, and Portal will do it. Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't want to play Mirage though, would you? You want to play Chrono, I think, so you can do like perma 25 might and quickness. I guess Mirage would be okay as well. I guess you're kind of slow on. Chrono.
How can I assist you?
I have 46 channels. What do I do with them? You do nothing with them. There is no purpose for them. And I will not give them a purpose.
Let's see the color of your coin.
I'm actually dying. It's completely over to me, guys. I'm covered in my own grease.
And the pavilion pursuit
Does not feel good.
Good luck, and watch out for those beasties around the arena.
Is it warm? It is, yeah.
I hope you're enjoying the refreshments. The Zephyrites brought them
Queen
all
Jenna.
the way from Elona. The Festival of the Four Winds is a
Jester's
fine
queen.
opportunity to reflect on our past
Literally.
victories. From the ruins of Drytop to here, we've come so far together. It's important to celebrate this.
You guys like this? She doesn't have shoes. That is true. She's not wearing any shoes. That's something many people point out. Many people are aware of that. Jester is aware of that. He knows. Liquor. It's over. It's actually over. Look, here's the good news, Jester. Planix is also free on Saturday, right? So we just do Sarus for him then, right? Then he can be free. Because, I mean, look, if we can't kill Sarus on Saturday, I'm sorry, we're literal fucking dog shit. Like, the boss is pissed now. We're not going to get Hardstuck. I mean, we should even be able to kill HTCM pretty easily, right? I mean, Powervert is so overpowered now. It's like, it's actually free. It's mega free. Need to hit the goal. I don't know why I keep going up here. I went the wrong way. What strat do we even go for? Well, on Sarus? I mean, we just do normal, right? We probably just do normal before we start setting up the Ellie thing. We'll just do unit strat, right? And then HTCM, I mean, we just play, like... Don't we just play, like, random shit? Should be fine. And we just play, like... I'll probably play Power Mech, I guess. We do, like, double Power Virtuoso, I guess. And then, well, we obviously want Vindy, right? We play Vindicator. And just, like, random DPS. I made it. Is Powervert really that good? I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's a good build. Power Mech? I mean, you definitely could. It's not super good build, but you could definitely play it. But I think we'll probably go with, like, Soul Beasts and stuff. Soul Beast, Vindicator, Reaper, maybe. All that kind of stuff. Obviously, and double Power Herald, obviously. Get the double Power Herald in there. Throw that into the mix. Very nice. Deadpool is pretty good. Oh, yeah, I need to go see that. Do you like Deadpool? Ryan Reynolds, very funny gamer. Love to see that. Pistol Sword and Mech. Yeah, that's the way to go with Mech these days. Yeah. For more damage. He was also very funny. Yeah, I think I do like celebrities that don't take themselves too seriously, right? I think that it's a very good characteristic to have. Liquefy. I stand ready. Ansarek injects her current target with digestive juices, dealing 8.6 million nature damage and 2.8 million physical damage. This injection deals an additional 2 million nature damage every 1 second for 30 seconds and causes the victim to take 300% increased physical damage. Poison overflows from Ansarek when she injects her target, causing an acid explosion. Man, dude, wait, 8 mil nature damage. Holy shit. That is a lot of damage, actually. That is a nasty tank buster. I'll say that. Fortunately, I play Blood DK, so this will do fucking nothing to me. It's 2 million damage every 1 second for 30 seconds. The other debuff gives a 20 million absorb. Yeah, that's gonna be rough. But you can't wait. Dude, Jester, I know you literally have made 17 tank characters just so you can get injected by eggs. Like, you seriously think you can call me out for this? Like, I know you want to be, like, infested with spider eggs from your queen. We all know it, too. It's not just me. I'm not the only one who knows it. Everyone knows it. Jester wants to get injected by spider eggs. Ansarek feasts on a chunk of her current target's flesh, inflicting 8.6 million physical damage and causing the absorption of the next 20 million healing. This wound absorbs additional healing equal to 200% of the physical damage done. Wait, it's actually more than that then. So basically, if you get hit, if you mitigate half of that and you take 4 million damage, it will actually be it will be nearly 30 million heal absorb. I'll only play Hunter. Play Survival, Jester. It's time. Gonna want a tank swap. I mean, yeah, that's definitely true. Cool tanker. I mean, I'm not gonna. I just if the extra HP one makes it into the game unnerfed, I think Blood DK is just going to be, like, unstoppable. And I actually checked. I don't think it's actually even been nerfed yet. Or not massively, anyway. I guess it's been passively nerfed because Deathstrike heals less now. Don't dots fuck DK? No, I think DK is really good against dots, actually. It's, like, very good against, like, sustained damage. Its vulnerability is getting bursted, like getting one-shot. It's very good at sustaining. It's probably the best tank even at sustain, actually. What are you doing, WoW? You're not raiding? Pretty much Mythic Plus. And you can... There is actually a lot to do. It's just that it's all kind of optional, right? It's actually very interesting. So, it's kind of like the opposite of Guild Wars 2, if that makes any sense, right? So, like, in Guild Wars 2, the open world is... It's not mandatory, but, like, you'll eventually run out of stuff to do, basically, if you don't play open world, right, in Guild Wars 2. Like, you know, raids have lockout, Fractal has lockout, right, etc., etc. Strikes have lockouts, etc. Like, in WoW, it's kind of the opposite. Like, the open world is very optional. Like, you can do it if you want to and, like, do all the achievements and, like, do the quests and, like, the collections and stuff like that and, like, farm skins and stuff. But you don't really have to. It's kind of like the opposite. Like, you know, like, in the same way that, like, there's, like, probably an almost infinite amount of, like, instance PvE you can do in WoW. And then, like, open world if you want to fill the downtime, basically. What are the currently hot PvP builds? Support Chrono is busted. It's like mega busted. Another thing would be Power Vindicator as well. Defense Spellbreaker is also really good. Untamed, obviously, is mega good. Like, Untamed is really strong at the same time as that. Condi Reaper as well is also very good. That's basically it. And obviously Thief. Thief! Any variant of Thief, but like Deadeye and Daredevil in particular, seeing a lot of player now, but Spectre is playable as well. Play all of those builds and you'll probably have a good time. It's a very awkward situation for me. I think I actually might be dead here. This is bad. I lived. I can't join. It's over. Thanks, time to blast. Ah, Nika getting on the PvP grind. Love to see that. Ow. 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 Yeah. Not being in the squad doesn't feel good, guys. It feels incredibly bad, actually. That's solo class for PvE? That's what you mean by solo. Like, do you mean like literally on your own with 0 people around you? Literally no people around you whatsoever? Or do you mean just playing like casual open world? Why are the numbers so large? I have no context. Because you have a lot of health. Brood Twister, Silken Court, and Answer are going to be the breakers. I completely agree. Those bosses are going to fuck people up. I think I want to go really hard on launch and get to the Silken Court ASAP. General open world? It's Herald. Herald is like fucking god tier. It's like the Power Herald, Power Quickness Herald is like the best build in the game overall for PvE. It's like actually the best build in the game. You will annihilate, you will crush, you will destroy, you will simultaneously carry your teammates. Ah, what a build. Wasn't just an instant simulator, to be honest. Yeah, it is nice, actually. Like, I actually wish that they made the open world content in WoW more relevant and also better as well. I think it'd be really cool. You know, I think this actually would be this would almost be a THD take, in my opinion. But I actually wish that, open world, like, gave gear in, like, actual relevant gear in WoW. So you had to, like, go and do, like, the world bosses and stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool. Especially world bosses. So you have, like, actual, like, bosses you go fight in open world. Artifact power? Nah, not artifact power. Artifact power is fucking cringe. Like, getting actual cool items is not cringe. A fusion in Guild Wars 2 and WoW. I just want Guild Wars 2, but it has the WoW community and WoW content. That's pretty much it. Do I want to go EB? Maybe I do. Man, I think I'm actually fucking drained. I'm not sure how much longer I can stream, dude. I'm actually drained. I'm a little tired today. Didn't get much sleep. I had to get up a little bit early for a meeting. The Elmore gives like catch up. No, yeah, it kind of is, but I just wish it was just really, really relevant, right? I wish that it was like part of like the optimal gearing process, honestly. Kind of like how it is in Guild Wars 2. I like that. That the, you know, like open world is actually, it's got some good stuff in it. Heat is rough. I'm actually dying, dude. I'm close to death. Ugh. A little overwhelming. You just have to kind of dive in and embrace it, I think. It was a bit most since I get it Titan Forge. Yeah. I mean, systems like that are dog shit. Like, RNG loot sucks. Well, or like RNG upgraded loot. Like, the second layer of RNG is really bad. I think. Multi-layer RNG, guys. Nice. Wait, Plenix has gone to the NA server. Yeah, Plenix is literally on NA right now.
It needs patience.
Holy shit. This is NA raiding. 3k Reaper. This is... Wait, is this Deplete? Yes, this is Deplete actually as well. 3k DPS Reaper. 3k DPS Thief. 3k DPS Berserker as well. And 6k DPS Mech. That might be a boon class. We don't know. Interesting. Very interesting. Mine to grind to juice for my minute would be quite fun, but ult should be way faster to gear. Oh yeah, they definitely will be now. They're gonna be like really fast to gear, I think. Yeah, they definitely are. There's a lot of systems that make it way easier. Like, if you play a lot on your main too, you're going to gear your ults at the same time, which is actually really nice. Because of the warband gear, right? Like, all the way the warband gear works. Dude, look at this. It's actually like Chinese GVG. They're just like standing still, like blasting each other. That's crazy. You guys seeing this? Guys, look, they're not even moving. My team died, though. No. Dude, we lost the GVG, man. We actually we got crushed in the GVG. Holy fuck. Did not go well. Did not go well at all, guys. I got 109 Fungus, not good enough. You trying to get into Fungus, Magra? So do you seriously think you can qualify for Fungus? Is that your goal here? Your goal is to pass Fungus trial? New Fungus Sarus at 7 gambits. Yo, that's actually... I think it's not... That's honestly not that bad, but it is a good trial, actually. Yeah. No, seriously, guys, that's actually like... that is Chinese GVG. That's how they play on China servers. They just, like, stand on top of each other and, like, just trade abilities until someone dies. It's pretty epic. New Twitch mobile app? Oh yeah, I need to actually try it. I haven't really used it, but apparently they made it better, which I guess is good, because the mobile app was pretty scuffed, to be honest. And Turiosa. I guess Guardian's actually really good for it, right? Can't I just like spam Aegis really hard? And just block every single one of his attacks? Play like Mace Shield or something? It's like spam block. Play Advance. Get Advance on there. Advance, Shield of Judgment, Protective Strike, Epilogue on Broken Lines. Should be good. We can even pop an Invuln, right? Take Renewed Focus, just like Invuln it. Fungus. Dude, look, we're doing another GVG. Here we go. Come on, Pink Tag. You can do it. I want a GVG hard. Ah, yeah, you can, like, invul on Turai. Yeah. That's good. That is good, actually. I want to be done with Remix? Dude, why do you let you get yourself sucked into the brain rot, Jester? I haven't even played Remix. It's just brain rot, no? Isn't it like a literal brain rot game mode? Don't play the brain rot, dude. How does one find a guild in this game? Looking for open empty. I'm 9,000 hours. I want to try out Structs raids, but all guilds invite people and do nothing. You definitely want to look for discords, to be honest. Like, is the way to go here. It's a little bit tricky to find it in the game normally, for sure. I think it's definitely going to be like joining Discord servers, right, and like finding communities to do this kind of stuff. Also, by the way, this is also Leto as well, which is actually that's quite the face to pop up here. Actually, in Guild Wars 2, looking to get into raids, it's kind of funny. Some old school gaming though. Love to see it. But yeah, like just join Discord servers, I think, is the way. There's like a bunch of them. You can find them like listed on Snowcrow's website. Like just like hop on and get in there. Easy peasy. Ah, Chomp in the chat. You know, when I transfer to NA after Jantho Wilds, we need to have like an epic... Me and Chomp are going to make a roaming montage. It's going to be great. So the same as before, like what Discord? We used to have Seafarers Wrestles, now got World vs. World. It says I'm French or something. Ah, yeah, so basically, World vs. World has been changed a lot. Instead of having servers, the game basically makes teams. It basically puts guilds together in teams. So in your guild panel, right, you pick a guild that's your World vs. World guild, and basically every now and again, the game is going to match you up with everyone in your guild and with other players as well. So it's almost a bit more like PvP, right, than how it used to be. So yeah, like there are some people can probably link the Alliance Discords here actually in the chat. I don't have like a link directly to hand, but yeah, like for World vs. World and stuff, there are links that are available, right? Like, and if you ask in your if you just ask in like team chat, people can probably sort you out as well. Like they'll be able to give you the link in they'll be able to give you the link, right? If you ask in team chat, people should be able to sort you out. Yeah. Where's Chomp going EU? That is true, actually. Like, Chomp could escape NA. Escape NA forever. Man, we're losing the GVG again. This is bad, guys. We actually just got smushed. Look, I like how both teams are actually bought into this. This is actually kind of base. Like, both teams are, like, fully bought into, like, the let's just stack on each other and just, like, hit each other gameplay. Yeah, big shout out, actually, to Chomp 3 Party. Look at that. Boom. Can someone please name the Discord and find the guild? Has someone got the Alliance Discord, guys? For World vs. World? Like, someone got that? Come on, wake up. Chat, wake up, yes? Can we get a link on that? Ah, there we go. Alcar's got it. Easy. I'd been in EBG for 30 seconds. I got mogged by Selly Herald, who viciously BN'd me and whispered me, sit down, kid. The full EU experience. Ah, yes. That is an absolute classic. Yeah, we actually love to see that. That really is a classic. That is some good old roaming right there. You know what we really need? I would organize this too, okay? Do you know why World vs. World is toxic? And I think this actually is true, by the way. World vs. World is toxic because it's really difficult to tell who the actual best players are. There's no monthly AT, right? There's no tournaments, right? Like PvE, raid tournaments, speedrun tournaments. There's nothing like that, right? It's just like a mush, right? It's like a mush of players like thrust together. So it's actually really difficult to tell who's the best player. And because of that, there's kind of a lot of anxiety around who's the best. People are a bit insecure, I think. And that leads to toxicity. Like, you know what I would fucking love to do? You know, let's get like SA and Hunt, right? Like, those two guilds, they fucking, like, I mean, I actually don't know if they hate each other anymore, but there was this big time where, like, SA hated Hunt. These are two, like, roaming guilds, right? But the thing is that they wouldn't actually fight each other directly, not in, like, a structured way. They would basically just, like, kill each other and then make montages of that, right? And go, like, look, I fucking owned you, right? But the problem is that that's not real competition, right? That's not being better than the other guy, right? Like, anyone can win a 1v1, right? Like, a couple of times, right? Like, especially when, you know, montages tend to favor the video editor. I don't know why that is, because, you know, I can't think why, but you can just edit out all the times you lost, which is, you know, it tends to make you look pretty good. In that regard. But, you know, dude, it will be such content, okay? It would actually be such, like, giga content if you actually had, like, the SA versus Hunt GVG. That would actually be so good. Like, imagine that. Imagine the content, guys. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it'd be so good. Because the thing is, they'd be insanely toxic, like, flaming each other the entire time. But you'd also have a resolution to it, right? So they'd sit the fuck down. This actually happened with Motor 1, by the way, in PvP, actually. So in Motor 1, it was actually pretty toxic. Angels knows what I'm talking about. He knows it got nasty. But EU and NA were, like, unironically, it wasn't even beef. Like, calling it beef is kind of underselling it. It was just flat out toxic, to be honest, between EU and NA. But you know what? After the first tournament, everyone kind of actually got a lot of respect for each other. It had a very wholesome ending. It was a bit gnarly, right? It was actually so toxic that me and Angels just shut down and deleted the Discord, basically, after the tournament. I'm not joking, because it was so unbelievably toxic. But, you know, after that, people kind of actually matured a lot. And now I think all of the players on both regions actually have a lot of respect for each other and are really good friends. And I think that's what I mean. Like, having that resolution, having that the finish, right? Like, I think that actually does defuse the drama. It defuses the toxicity. It really does. I think that's That would be kind of good to have in World versus World as well, right? Because, like, there's all these people who are beefing. You know, they're making montages of each other. They're clipping, oh, yeah, I killed this guy. Oh, I killed him with my Shadow Arts Thief. You know, oh, I got him good, right? All this kind of crazy stuff. But you know what? I'm sorry. You just got to get into the mix, right? Like, let's figure out who's actually the best World versus World group. You know what I mean? Like, let's find out who the actual best roamers are. You know, like, that's kind of the stuff that you want to see. Man, we are just not having a good time into this group. Like, we are getting absolutely crushed. What the hell? Yeah. As an innocent spectator. Now, Boyce, very chill, not toxic. Feels good. Yeah. Buff friend, indeed. Very nice. Tuh. Yeah. Firebrand is still meta. That was good. That was good content, to be honest. It's actually really cool, though. Actually, I think we're gonna have some fun teams for Mota. I think Kira is thinking of playing actually as well, which is cool. From Ultranum. Yeah, the Abindo hacking thing was so funny. That was actual gold. We should have played into that more, but yeah, we didn't really. Cats or frogs? And obviously frogs. Like, frogs are very good. But yeah. Good luck on trying first strike. They're looking for a guild. I would view. I would quit Guild Wars 2 if not for you. I want to survive. I want to survive till you shave and get your shit together. I appreciate that. Have fun, dude. Yeah. Yes. He made a video. He did even make a video. It was very funny. Is there a place in World vs. World with arthritis? I'm doing great in PvE. Oh, yeah, for sure. I actually think World vs. World is a really chill, low-intensity game mode, actually. Like, it takes some getting used to, right? Like, learning, like, how it works, the movement, right? How to follow the tag and so on. But this game mode is fantastic for chilling out, in my opinion. It's why I'm playing it now. It's my go-to game mode because it is just, like, you know, you can just kind of send it, right? And just blast. But, yeah. We'll be there. We're gonna be there, Chom. We'll get some roaming action. I'm gonna break out the old Reaper, maybe. Maybe the a bit of Willbender or something, you know? Or maybe Harbinger, actually. Like, there's some pretty interesting power Harbinger builds going around right now. Like, double sword with staff. It's actually pretty hype. There's some blood bank builds in PvP. Slam that in World vs. World be pretty good, I think. Ah, yes. I'm invading the champions. Yeah. If I die, I'm just going to blame Chomp for not stealthing me. There you go. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, I think Moda 3 should be good. I'm actually pretty excited about it. I know... I think people are a little bit hungry, right? I think people really want that... people really want that big... Like, almost... No, I don't want to say finale, but... like, you know... Right now, it's 1-1, EU and NA, right? Like, EU won the first Moda, and NA won the second Moda. So there is that unanswered question, right? There is that, the big one. Like, who is going to take it? Like, who is going to get the best of 3, right? Why so much World versus World? I mean, I just like it, to be honest. You know, I actually do really struggle. I really struggle to actually answer some questions that people ask me about the game, because... But because the way that I play Guild Wars 2, I don't really optimize for rewards, right? Like, you know, I can go after goals and stuff, but I'm not really interested in, like, doing, like, oh, yeah, I'm going to do, like, the sickest gold per hour farm. I'm going to do, like, that. That's not really the way I play the games. Like, you know, I know how to get what I want by playing Guild Wars 2, but I just, you know, I just want to play the game the way I want to play it, right? One trick minstrel chrono for as long as it takes. Very nice. That's what you love to see. The EU-NA combined team will prevail. Ah, yeah. I'm wondering if that's how that's actually going to go down though this time. I feel like Team USA is really, really solid. I guess the only issue they have is that there's one thing that is really annoying to me is that the second seed on NA might be notably weaker because Mark isn't playing, and Team USA is admittedly slightly weakened because Phoenix isn't playing as well, which I think is a little bit unfortunate. But again, not going into that too much. I'm not fucking around anymore. I'm not. Yeah, I'm just not messing around. Okay, don't hack and don't sell Community Conqueror. Right? Just don't. I don't know what to tell you. Don't do that. NA second seed doesn't exist. Oh, man, that really sucks, actually. Because I don't want to... I don't want to bias it too much in favor of EU in terms of team counts. Like, I want about 8 teams in Mota, but if there really are not that many NA teams, I'll definitely skew it like 5 to 3 EU. Even 6 to 2 EU, because I don't want to let teams who... I don't want to screw over EU teams that are better than kind of, well, without being disrespectful, kind of like scuffed NA pugs that come together, right? Like, obviously Team USA is playing. Team USA, of course, the reigning world champions of Master of the Arena, and, you know, absolutely, arguably, like, the strongest team in the game. Certainly the team that's been playing together for the longest at this point. Like, they're obviously playing, right? No question about that. But I don't think I'm going to be doing, like, a hard line, like, okay, you know, it's going to be 4 EU, 4 NA, because I want to make sure that teams that put in the effort don't get screwed over because, like, there's way more teams playing on EU than NA. To look at the rules for Mota. There isn't right now, but I mean, it's very straightforward. It's going to be PvP, 5v5. No spec stacking, but you probably wouldn't, you might not even do that anyway. But there, that's basically it. No spec stacking. So like, no double Vindy nonsense, right? Or anything like that. But other than that, it's like very standard. If you have any questions, DM me. I'm looking to get all of the team leaders together on Discord, so that we can actually get things moving relatively quickly. Yeah, I really want a Seed 2 NA team. Like, if I can get that, I'm gonna be happy. Like, because then worst case scenario, we can do 6 and 2, right? And I really just don't want to have to do 7 and 1 because there's like no other team on NA. Would be a little bit unfortunate. We'll see. Do you have a new PB tournament? I mean, not yet, but soon. Maybe. And this is just not going well, guys. Like, I feel like we need to try something new. Like, we keep just running back and feeding into this team, like, over and over again. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, I think everyone's relatively chill, and I've been much more aggressive with the bans this time. So I don't think I have to deal with anyone who's particularly cancerous. I'm fairly confident that everyone will behave. Pretty confident. Org nerf might be a dead spec for M+ now. Do they nerf it again? It's actually very interesting. If it's only the one, like the stat nerf and the closest clutch mates being removed, apparently that's not enough. Like, a lot of top M+ players think it's still God. Like, yeah, Dorky and Yoda think it is still both. It's still full God for M+, even with enough. Yeah. Augmentation Evoker. Dogmentation Evoker. I can support with funds. That's very kind of you, Revelation. Who's your favorite WoW tank? Oh man, I think my favorite tank to play in raids was Brewmaster. In M+, what was my favorite tank to play? That's actually a really good question. Oh, I mean streamers. I watch Dorky a lot. I watch Dorky a lot, watch Yoda a lot. I don't watch Now as much because he usually streams when I'm asleep, so I can't really catch his stream that much. He also just doesn't stream that much. Can you explain why Org Evoker is only good in good groups? You were saying earlier your group might not be good enough to play it. It's because in M+, to get value out of Augmentation Evoker, you have to play around your cooldowns extremely well. So you have to do a very efficient route. You basically have to design your entire playstyle around Augmentation Evoker. And if anyone dies, it's way worse than normal. Because basically, if you've got an Org, right? It's basically buffing two people. If one of the people who is getting buffed dies, all of a sudden, instead of only one player dying, essentially 1.5 people died, right? Because the Org loses a huge amount of value in that situation. Additionally, it's lower DPS than playing a regular DPS spec. So what this basically means is that you really have to have a clean run. And also, you can't just brute force nearly as well. Like, the comp we played in Season 3 was actually not particularly good in terms of optimization or synergy. We played Fury Warrior and Ret Paladin, actually, which definitely were not meta. But we actually did extremely well because those classes just fucking sent. Right? Like, we just sent it insanely hard, basically. And we were able to brute force very, very well. It made my job much harder. To tank without Org is much harder. And it made Snizzle's job much harder, because healing without Org is much harder as well. Significantly more difficult, actually, to heal without augmentation. But we actually did well because we were able to basically brute force a lot of keys. Whereas in Season 3, we actually struggled. We actually struggled a lot with DPS, actually. And not because everyone was playing badly. I'm not going to flame the DPS. It's just that to get good DPS value out of Org, the run has to be very, very smooth, and you have to be very precise with your cooldown usages and, like, the route that you do. It has to be, like, very, very well thought out and calculated. I actually don't think Augmentation Evoker is particularly good in, outside of, like, very high-end groups, I think. Yeah. You need buffs with low uptime. Well, it kind of has high uptime of buffs, but yeah, you need to like use like your key like really big buffs when other people are in their cooldowns, right? And that means that both of your DPS need to be using their cooldowns at the same time. Yeah. And yeah, it's very unforgiving. Like, so basically, in our keys that we were doing, we're basically like 2 key levels behind most of the top keys, like sometimes 3 in a couple of cases. That's basically 25%-ish, like 20-25% in terms of output. So basically, compared to the top teams, we were losing like 25% damage, basically. And a lot of that is just because of like small optimizations. I need a WoW competitive event too. I really want to get involved with like the WoW competitive scene. I need to just like properly sit down this. I want to, you know, I want to try and, I mean, like, it's really weird. I just need to get it done because I'm actually in a very privileged position, right? I've had the absolute pleasure to speak to Max, you know, personally, right? Like, I've spoken to Max about a couple of things. I've spoken to Preach as well, obviously. Hell, I've even talked to Scripe a little bit. And, you know, he even, like, forwarded my application to the Echo team, which is very, very nice of him to do, right? I should just be asking these people. I'm just saying, like, hey, guys, like, you know, can I get some feedback? Like, what should I do? Like, how do I start getting into it? How do I start getting into, like, the production scene, the commentary scene? Like, what's going on, right? Like, how do I go about doing that? I would love to cast, you know, TGP or like start doing that, or some of the smaller events maybe, or even host an event. Like, you know, I'd love to do like an event that's like smaller scale, or maybe for like less advanced teams, kind of like how we do in Guild Wars 2, like one for lower IO players basically, or some, I don't know, like the off meta one, you know, like the break the meta. I'd love to get involved with that, right? All that kind of stuff. But yeah, I should just get on and do it. Like, you know, I've got the context right. I should just go and say hello, right, and just say what's going on. Need to just allot the time and do it. Got a whole bunch of people I could talk to. And the way you got to think about this, guys, you just got to shoot your shot, you know? Like, I did apply to join Echo's talent team even, right? To like maybe do some of like the Race to World's First stuff. I'm not actually sure what exactly they'd want me to do, but all that kind of thing. And I got fucking ghosted, boys. It's actually over. I'm fucking irrelevant. But you know what? That's just the way it goes, you know? Like, it's a competitive environment. You've got to, you know, you got to try again. Like, when they open up the applications, I'll apply again. That's just the way it goes, isn't it? I think you don't want to be afraid of rejection, right? Like, you don't want to be afraid of not getting it the first time. I think it took me like 5 times to get Twitch Partner. It was a fucking grind, man. And it was back when like Twitch Partner was a lot harder to get to, and you had no idea how close you were or anything like that. It just took ages to get. And it's you know, it's the same thing with this. I don't want to charge you on Scourge. I mean, definitely, yeah, I would be, because I'd be like corrupting boons and stuff. I don't do shit on this build, like when you're not in the actual group. Yo, Ratnoon there, how you doing? It has been a while, hasn't it? I need Evermite to increase verse by 0.2%. I definitely think that the verse is a big issue. I think changing it away from main stat is no good. Like, main stat is not good. It giving main stat is really bad, and verse, because it makes your healer heal more and it makes your tank tankier. That's not good. Do they look for logs and applications? They probably do. Yeah, they asked about, like, my WoW experience. But I don't think that would be why I wouldn't get it accepted, though, actually. I'm pretty confident that my WoW experience is more than enough. Well, I think so, anyway. Or at least, like, my ability and understanding of the game is enough. But it's obviously going to get better. I'll obviously keep improving it. I'm not complacent. How do you go increasing your profile in the WoW scene? To be honest, I need to grind, right? I just need to, I need to sit down and actually just grind. Yeah, I should talk to Rook as well, because Rook is, like, really into that scene, actually, as well, in Final Fantasy 2. No, I just need to sit down and grind. I need to go, like, right, I'm just going to stream WoW. But I also need to have, like, streamable content. Like, right now, my WoW content is just not particularly good, to be honest. It's basically me doing high keys and mythic raiding. And that doesn't really allow me to express myself. It doesn't allow me to do my thing, right? So, basically, like, for me to be happy with my WoW content, we need to be clearing that raid pretty damn fast, easily within Hall of Fame. I need to be able to, like, have enough time to push keys and get the title and play competitively, but also enough to, like, play on alts where I can actually talk to the stream and do this type of content as well. Like, I just need to be able to do, I need to be able to do the same kind of thing I do in Guild Wars 2 and WoW. That's pretty much it. Which, you know, is kind of, it would be doable now, but it's, like, very difficult to fit in, because, like, we're not really at the point where, we're not really at the point in WoW where we ever get to catch our breath, really. There's not a lot of breathing room for us currently. WoW stream content is kind of rough, even for the top players. I think you almost like kind of have to be a top player. Well, to do the things that I want to do anyway. Like, you don't have to be a top player. You can, like, just take the more casual approach, but I don't really want to do that. Because I don't want to play the game that way. New X, I kind of tickle my fancy. Ah, yes. Come and get the bears. Bear content. But I'm just taking my time, guys. Like, I'm very patient. Let's just put it like that. I will do it when I'm ready and when I think it will be good. That's how it is. Patient and plotting, pretty much. Blues are back. Wait, we're being attacked. Maybe I... Wait, have we got to get in there? What expert would you recommend to get first? Only have HT, haven't played for years? Ooh, that's a good question. I'd probably say Path of Fire still. Does WoW compare to tournaments? Oh yeah, WoW's got loads of competitive tournaments. Yeah, Path of Fire is a good expansion. There's a lot of content in there. It's like that or Ender Dragons. I know that's like, we're kind of going through all the options, but... I mean, yeah, EOD is... But the thing is, you kind of want mounts, no? Like, if you don't get Path of Fire, you don't get mounts. And that's cringe. EOD has better content. It definitely does. It has better content. But I think that Path of Fire does have mounts. That's kind of an advantage. Don't HT get POF? Well, not if they only bought HOT like back in the day. So yeah. Where were we at with Guild Wars 2? I mean, it's kind of the same old, to be honest. No, I haven't tried PvP in a while. I probably will get around to it eventually. It's a shame we won't get HT level raids again. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Here's the thing. I'm just gonna say it. Strike missions are better designed encounters than raids. They don't have the grandiosity, and I think that may well be lacking in Janthea Wild's raid. It might be not quite as epic as the HOTers, and maybe that's what you're talking about. But in terms of mechanical design, it will be superior. I really hope they've learned from Soto, and you know, they kind of make something a lot more like Sarus, less like Dagda and Eparch. But yeah, it probably won't be quite as grandiose, for sure. Kind of have that thematic flair that HOT had, but they'll be better designed. Like, the bosses will be superior in terms of the actual content, the actual encounter design. I think it's very likely to be better than HOT. Do we really want more Dagda, though? I don't think we do. I think we have to... Do we have to pull the Tactivator? We don't even have the Tactivator. It's over. Winx is a good blend of unique encounter design and grandiose setting. Yeah, I think Lagos was really good. I'm not a huge fan of, like, the Kiter roll on Kadim, though. That, to me, is quite mediocre. I do like the design on Conjured Amalgamate. Conjured Amalgamate and Lagos are actually really solid. They're very robust, I think. Kadim, I think, is a bit iffy. Right, I think his boss phase is good, and I actually like the ad phase, too. I think the lamp is a very solid mechanic. Not totally sold on the Kiter, though, if I'm being honest. Yeah, there is a new raid with the expansion. I'm down to support an advertiser. I have lots of friends in guilds who have 300k and 400k gold in their bank. Wait, are you telling me we can get 300k gold for the tournament revelation? You're gonna juice us up? You're gonna juice us up big time? Is that what's going on? And that's gonna be good. We're gonna need that gold revelation. You need to funnel us. Cone. We can juice the price. Well, I like to hear that. I do like to hear that. Yeah. Code word cone. Use code CONE for 10% off Janthea Wilds. You hear that, guys? Hankar and Demos. Yeah, but I would also say that Hankar and Demos is relatively sus as well in terms of mechanical design. Guys, what are your thoughts on the fact that Lara is now aware of Cone? She knows what Cone is. She'll pretend she doesn't know what Cone is, but she does. I told her the full story of Cone. Cassiano. Maybe we need to bring back Cassiano, guys. Need to bring him back. What's the cone law? I don't know it. To be honest, I'm not sure if anyone knows it at this point. I don't even really... I barely have any kind of understanding of cone. Maybe Scales knows, but I'm not even sure if he truly knows. What will the prize pool be like? I'd definitely go for Master of the Arena 3, I'd go for like 100k gold, I think. That would be my goal, to get 100k. If I can get some good crowdfunding to kind of pay for my time, I could do a cash prize pool as well. I do like cash prize pools. I think they make it very exciting. There's like some real stakes there. But I am setting myself a really hard rule on this. I think I will only do a cash prize pool if I'm able to basically fund my time. This is the new teapot, guys. This is the healthy teapot, the happy teapot. I am not going to sacrifice my life to run the tournament. So if I can crowdfund, like, I don't know, like a good chunk of cash to basically make it so I don't have to sacrifice my quality of life in order to run the tournament, then we can do a cash prize pool. If not, that's okay. We'll just do in-game gold. But it's a very hard line. I am not crossing into the territory of basically ruining my life to run tournaments. That sounds like weakness. Well, the trouble is that it's just not sustainable, right? Like, you know, the reason why tournaments have been sporadic is because of this. It's just because it's just not sustainable for me to do it. Like over and over again, right? Like I can't keep spending a lot of money doing this stuff, right? Like I mean, look, you run out of money. If you do that, guys, you just run out of money. It really doesn't work. So yeah, it's not gonna, yeah. There's one condition to bring back Cassiano, who comes with solar reinset. Do you accept? I mean, that's not a good deal either way. I feel like it's not good either way. Like, Cassiano, like, dupes and ruins the game, ruined the game's economy, and Solar comes back and destroys Guild Wars 2. Wow. We're outnumbered on EV. They're getting fucking farmed today. It's actually destruction. Yeah. Let's look up Solar Guild Wars 2. Very fucking nice. Clearing up some misconceptions from this weekend. Hi peeps, I'm Solar. I co-authored the blog on strikes and rewards that went up on Friday afternoon. You probably don't know me unless you play the game with me regularly in the game, and that's okay. I don't use social media aside from a few guild discords. I just made this Reddit account to come here and post this. When running a blog for website publication, we try to keep the most necessary details because the blogs of a larger, more casual audience, compared to say the small and hardcore audience. Dude, I'm fucking dying! Holy shit. Fucking hell. What's going on? Dude, why does everyone play these cursed-ass, like, Selly roam builds, dude? Who does this? Oh, shit. We have another gamer here. I'm mowed! Oh, that mower really screwed me over, actually. Need to reflect here. Oh, this is bad. I don't know how I escaped. I don't really know how that happened. But yeah. Man, can you guys believe they did this? You know, man, this change is so brutal. They removed Mystic coins from Fractal CMs. Like, the really weird thing is here, actually, is that they, like, Solar even confirmed that almost all, yeah, look, 93% of Mystic coins come from login rewards. The remaining 7% includes Leyline Anomaly, which is where they mostly come from, let's be honest, right? Like, and they removed them from Fractals. It didn't even help the economy whatsoever, and all it did was screw over hardcore players. That was like the only thing it did. It didn't actually even improve the economy in any way. It just punished hardcore players. I mean, oh my god. Yeah. This is just... I don't even know what to tell you. This is crazy. Look, we got to play the song. This isn't even the good one. Where's the fucking good one, actually? Where... Oh, wait, this. It's this, isn't it? Yeah. What's the song? It's the music from the trailer of, it's the third trailer of Dune Part 2. It's a really good song, actually. It's extremely good. I can't remember what the actual song is called. It's in the official soundtrack as well, but I can't remember what it's called. Yeah. Man. This is just fucking trolling. You honestly love to see it. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Oh my god. Wait, did he make any other comments? Oh my god. Wait, what's the context of these? Can you confirm that Sphere Specialist would not increase the quickness applied by Spectacular Sphere? Sphere Specialist does increase the duration of boons from the trait Spectacular Sphere. Catalyst DPS was about 15% higher than any other DPS build's damage potential, next time being Condivert. The gap between Catalyst and next highest DPS was greater than the gap between all other effective DPS builds, and Catalyst also brought quickness for free when stacked. A flurry of new raid speed kills are coming in with 7 to 8 Catalysts. More importantly, we're expecting Catalyst to be out right now with a small magic at the very top of PvE damage potential after this patch. You know, dude, I'm not gonna lie, this is actually reality. He was right. Dude, they hated him because he told the truth. He's basically saying get good here, pretty much. This is literally him saying, you are bad, get better. Based. He should not have been downvoted for this. He was actually correct. Didn't know you made videos? Yes! Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Will Tempest get boons too? Yes. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Look at this, guys. He made Harbinger, Mechanist, and Virtuoso. That's actually a big God Emperor moment right there. You love to see it. I upvoted saying the Solar said. Look at that, guys. I upvoted it. What other based comments has he made? Oh, that was his first post. Incredible. Right. I'm done with the stream, guys. I'm raiding Plenix. I'm raiding Plenix, dude. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm a consistent streamer now. We're not raiding in WoW tomorrow, are we? I think we're fucking depleted. I think we're raiding on Sunday instead. But you know what? That's okay. But that's okay. We can still log on. Wait, he's gonna stop? Wait. Well, I'm raiding him anyway. He can raid someone else. I'm raiding Plenix. Here we go. I'm back tomorrow, unless I'm not. Boom! There you go. Follow, subscribe, come back and watch every single day. Watch the YouTube videos, watch all the content, engage, right? Tomorrow we blast. Tomorrow, big stream, big Zero to Hero juicer stream. It's going to be fantastic. But that's it. Take it easy, my friends. I'll see you next time. Buy the game using my referral link and subscribe and like and all that kind of stuff. What's this from Josh? What's he saying? The video isn't even out yet. What's this? I am leaving now. The last couple of years, the content has fallen off a cliff. That's fucking harsh. 2 years since any really relevant content was posted. Whoa! That's not very nice. Most of the stuff showing us on Reddit to the absolute bottom of the barrel games. Whoa! That's not very fucking nice, is it? No longer has in-depth retro game reviews. The Twitch stream on Saturday Sunday is consistent and uploaded Joshua replays. On the Josh Drive says, I cannot continue to crank out content as a solo creator at the unhealthy rate you come to expect. The weekly videos are damaging my mental and physical health. My social life is dead. My diet was poor. I was unhappy as a life. Yeah, I fucking hear you, bro. I know what he's saying. Yeah. Wow. That's a bit fucking harsh, isn't it? Oh, well, it is what it is. Alright, I'm out of here.